G'day, May 40 here. So last night I had a major decision to make while Los Angeles was burning down and people were packing and evacuating and abandoning their cars in the rush to get away. I was trying to figure out, should I put down $140 for a year subscription to Peacock at the ad-free version? Because I really wanted to watch the UCLA versus Michigan men's college basketball game. And I went back and forth for about 20 minutes and then finally put down $140 for a year of Peacock because they've got 2 NFL playoff games coming on Peacock. And so I start watching the UCLA-Michigan game, and UCLA is trailing by 20 points. So I give up on that game, and I'm watching season 2 of The Cadillac Lawyer on Netflix, and it's a terrific show. It's truly compelling. I enjoy Netflix. And then about 7:30 last night, I'm working out and watching Netflix, and the power goes out. So I continue working out in the dark. I just put in my earbuds, listen to the most powerful court in the world, a history of the United States Supreme Court by Stuart Benner. And then after I finish my workout, I go out and I talk to people in real life because Netflix is down. I get out there and I talk to people in real life and ask them, hey, what's going on? And I tell them what's going on with me. And we have like face-to-face in real life communication. So some benefits to states of emergency. It's an opportunity to bond with your neighbors. The single best thing that you can do to survive tough times, whether tough times are inflation, joblessness, earthquakes, fires, pestilence, plagues, is to have good relations with your neighbors. I'm not someone who bangs on a lot about how badly California is governed. I'm not much of an expert in California governance. I think if you're a regular viewer, you know that I'm on the right, and I consistently believe that generic Republicans are a better choice right now than generic Democrats, because you're a generic Republican is tougher on crime, favors longer prison sentences for violent criminals, more likely to be in favor of capital punishment for murderers, is more likely to favor immigration restriction. And yet, I just don't want to repeat Fox News talking points about how bad things are in LA. Well, there do seem to be some problems in Los Angeles, and it's serious times like this that make you realize you really don't want to prize diversity, equity, inclusion, and affirmative action and any ideology over effective governance and excellence, right? You want excellence in your firefighters, in your police, in your internet service provider, in the people who make your food. We want excellence throughout our lives. We want as much excellence as possible from our children, from our friends, from our family, from our spouse, from our community, from our plumber. I used to work in construction in the landscape department, and sometimes a pipe would burst, a landscaping pipe would burst, and you'd have to turn off the water to the whole house. And then if you put on the primer and the glue, and if the pipe keeps bursting, you have to turn off the house's entire water for 12 hours to allow the pipe glue to truly set. And I remember once in my guest house, like the sewage started flowing out of the shower drain in the middle of my interviewing Jenna Jameson live on a podcast type thing in 2003. So you want excellence, diversity, equity, inclusion eats away at excellence. And when you eat away at excellence, you rapidly increase the chances of people dying. Now, I don't like Neil Ferguson's analogy of the United States is now in the late Soviet Union collapse of communism era. I think that is so dramatically overstated. And yet, I got to admit, I heard Matthew Continetti this morning talk about American Glasnost under Donald Trump, meaning increased openness, increased freedom of speech. And so how can I resonate with this American Glasnost term, but completely reject Neil Ferguson's claim that we're living right now in America in an equivalent of the collapse of the Soviet Union? I don't know how, but I like that idea of American Glasnost, with Facebook reducing censorship and fact-checking, allowing more free speech on its platform. And it's fairly clear one reason that I support generic Republicans and want generic conservatives as our most important judges is to protect freedom of speech. Here's Matthew Continetti this morning on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Already of just epic mismanagement by the California and Los Angeles governments, whether that is in forest management, which sometimes leads to the spread of these fires, or now with the news that there is no water available to the firefighters in the Palisades. What is going on with water? Of course, always a big issue in California and in Los Angeles. So a lot of reactions now, but my first reaction, of course, is emotional and for the families affected.
Now, there are going to be thousands of structures gone, maybe thousands of homes, certainly hundreds of homes. I haven't heard of any fatalities yet, but I'll keep watching. I want to read to you my friend, Ambassador Rick Grinnell. I don't know if you know him or not. Lives in Redondo Beach half of the year and writes, the national media hasn't even mentioned that Karen Bass is in Africa. She's the mayor of Los Angeles. While our city is literally burning to the ground, Dr. Pat Soon-Chlong is trying to protect her. He hired an East Coast Republican to write for the op-ed page. He thinks that is enough to fix the LA Times, but it is woke newspaper that has given people like Karen Bass the aid and comfort they need to ignore the common sense water and forest policies. That's sort of the leading edge of the after, and the fire's still, I mean, we're not going to be done for 24 hours, given what the weather report is out here, Matt. But I think you're going to see a lot more of this throughout the day. In fact, let me play for you. This is Rick Caruso, who lost to Karen Bass in the mayoral race in the last cycle, cut number 19.
Honest, we've got a mayor that's out of the country, and we've got a city that's burning, and there's no resources to put out fires. So if you look at your pictures, you don't see the firefighters there because there's nothing they can do. And it looks like we're in a third world country here. Mm-hmm. And we've got a lot of tough questions that we need to ask the mayor and the city council and our representatives and the county representatives. Why didn't you work to mitigate this? What was your brush mitigation program? I heard you earlier talking about it's been dry because there hasn't been rain. That's not the biggest problem here.
We would have been in so much better shape in Los Angeles if we had elected Rick Caruso as our mayor rather than Karen Bass.
The brush up in these hills that are controlled by the city and the county, I would bet you that if they haven't been handled, mitigated, pruned, removed for probably 30 or 40 years. This was a disaster waiting to happen.
All right, so Matt, this is going to go on all day because.
Okay, let's get more of this Rick Caruso interview.
Rick Caruso joins us now live on the phone. Rick, thanks so much for being with us. What are you seeing in terms of your property tonight?
Well, hi, Alex. Thanks for covering us so well. Listen, it's a disaster to the 100th degree. It's beyond anything I think any of us could have ever imagined. But my heart goes out, obviously, to the people with their homes, and I'm watching the small businesses around us go up in flames. This is people's livelihoods, so it's devastating. But what is most concerning to me is our first responders and our firefighters who are trying to battle this. There's no water in the Palisades. There's no water coming out of the fire hydrants. This is an absolute mismanagement by the city. It's not the firefighters' fault, but it's by the city. And I'm going to be very honest. We've got a mayor that's out of the country, and we've got a city that's burning, and there's no resources to put out fires. So if you look at your pictures, you don't see the firefighters there because there's nothing they can do. And it looks like we're in a third world country here. Mm-hmm. And we've got a lot of tough questions that we need to ask the mayor and the city council and our representatives and the county representatives. Why didn't you work to mitigate this? What was your brush mitigation program? I heard you earlier talking about it's been dry because there hasn't been rain. That's not the biggest problem here. The brush up in these hills that are controlled by the city and the county, I would bet you that if they haven't been handled, mitigated, pruned, removed for probably 30 or 40 years. This was a disaster waiting to happen. And what's predictable is preventable. And who's paying the price are all of these people in their homes and their businesses tonight.
Right. We knew a week in advance that we were going to have these kind of extreme winds, the worst winds we've had in Los Angeles in 13 years. So we knew this a week in advance, yet the mayor still went off to Ghana, and we were just unprepared for this disaster.
Now, we'll rebuild, but the majority of this community is going to have a tough time rebuilding their lives. And again, if you don't have water, you can't put out fires. And I'm going to spend a lot of time in the coming days and weeks and months asking some really tough questions, and I hope all of you in the press do the same and start holding our officials accountable to run this city in a way that keeps people safe.
You are listening to Rick Caruso, of course, businessman and developer, and this is a live look from near his property in the Palisades Village. Your property at this point has been saved, and I certainly understand that your heart is...
Right. We could have had excellence in our chief executive in Los Angeles. Instead, we went for the affirmative action hire, Karen Bass.
First and foremost, with the small businesses and the homeowners who have lost their homes, have you been actively in touch with LAFD? Have you been out there? I don't suspect you have, given that it's such a dangerous area. But bottom line question is, have you talked to LAFD about the firefight and potential protection to your property?
We've been in communications with them on an ongoing basis all day long. And our senior team has been in touch with LA Fire. I think LA Fire is going above and beyond trying to manage this fire. I have nothing but praise to say for the fire department of LA and the county. But their hands have been tied, and they can't fight a fire without water and the resources that are needed. Everybody knew these winds were coming. The other question has to be, were all the things in place to try to again, mitigate the damage here. But the real issue to me is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spreads so quickly. And the second is you got to have water. And my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
That was going to be my next question, is why isn't there water in the fire hydrants? That doesn't make any sense.
You're right. It's a good question. And I think you should start asking, why don't you call the mayor who's out of the country and ask her and get an answer from her?
Well, they say she's on her way back, and that would be a great question to ask her tomorrow if she's at this briefing at 8 o'clock in the morning, because I think there's a lot of people that are outraged by that fact tonight when they look at scenes like this, at businesses that people have worked really, really, really hard to build, and homes that people's entire livelihoods are going up in flames tonight. So for you, watching this and seeing those flames this close to your property, describe how you're feeling, because it seems like there's almost nothing you can do, just hope to be lucky, right?
There's nothing I can do, Alex. There's nothing I can do. And the thing that hurts me the most on this is the majority of the businesses in the Palisades Village are small businesses. The majority of the businesses in the Palisades Village and our project are women-owned, independent small businesses. Now, we're going to help them get rebuilt. We're going to help them get reopened and get them back on their feet like we did through COVID. But the impact is just going to be in the tens and tens of billions of dollars. And I don't know. I'm just really at a loss for words on this. I'm so...
Okay, so all the people are rejoicing about the end of mainstream media. When you've got a serious situation like this, don't you want mainstream media in addition to social media with some subversive perspectives? All right, I want both. I'm grateful for the excellent news coverage out there by the major TV news stations in Los Angeles, as well as the LA Times, as well as the free speech that is now available on X.
Deeply angered that this can happen in our great city. And I pray for everybody that's out there, and certainly the people on the front lines, because There's no containment yet. So we don't even have control of this thing.
Well, and not only that, Rick, but we got a fire now in Sylmar, which is...
Right. I've had all my windows and doors closed, and yet woke up this morning with a distinct smoky smell in my place. Right. You just can't escape it. The air quality index is over 200, extremely unhealthy.
Is going to divert more resources out there, plus, you know, all the people that are dealing with the fire out in Altadena. So there's only so many places that fire crews can go, even when you start having CAL FIRE and all the crews from around the state and around the country coming here. There's only so many places. But if they don't have water, doesn't matter, because there's nothing they can do. Which is your bottom line point to begin with. But the important news is you and your family are all safe, right?
You know, thank God we're safe. My daughter lost her home up in Palisades, which is obviously devastating. So we feel the pain of people losing their homes, and it was devastating to her and her boyfriend. But you know what? We're together. We're safe. We had dinner together tonight. We had dinner with our pastor. And we said our prayers, how thankful we are we're together as a family. So I hope everybody is safe, because the rest of this can be rebuilt, but it doesn't take away the pain.
How is she doing? And she was able...
Okay, Matthew Continetti, Hugh Hewitt.
It is a failure of infrastructure, as well as Mother Nature has been particularly grim this morning with wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour in Orange County. We're not on fire in Orange County, but boy, L.A. is.
Yeah, and you know what Rick Caruso was talking about with the brush management, we have to remember that this is often the consequence of green policies in the environmental lobby that say that don't touch the brush, don't touch the forest.
And it's ridiculous. Whenever you see some official announcement these days, you have these entirely unnecessary signers, like interrupting and just serving as a visual distraction. It's the most ridiculous form of diversity, equity, inclusion, affirmative action for completely unnecessary signers in an age of closed captions. Why on earth do these fools have to be in every official news conference? I hope Donald Trump doesn't use them.
And what that does lead to are incredible fires and this quick spread of fires like we are seeing right now. You know, one other point about this, Hugh, you're right, I'm not a Californian other than a frequent visitor and just a lover of California's scenery and culture. But tragedies like this, disasters like this, often have unpredictable political consequences too. And when you think about some of the political effects of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans in 2005, which led to kind of the breaking of the Democratic monopoly in Louisiana, I wonder whether something of this magnitude might not have a similar effect. We're already seeing California's politics take a different turn than what we're used to, especially at the local level. And the reaction to the soft on crime policies of the previous LA prosecutor, as you like to say. And I wonder whether this might just be another piece of evidence for most Californians that the style of governance they've had for the past generation has just not produced very good results at all.
I think that conversation is going to go on at very high decibel levels because it hit the wrong place for politicians. It hit the most wealthy corner.
So we have looting going on in Pacific Palisades, right? Here's a report. Whoops,
I could use some more resources up here. Defense 2, go ahead. I could use some more resources up here at Pinecrest. I need because I do have trying to break into homes up here. 14. Copy that. Can you go ahead and give me a...
So do you think illegal aliens in Southern California are equally committed to being good citizens and not conducting themselves in an antisocial manner? You think the homeless, the drug addicted, the antisocial freaks who make up so much of Southern California are equally likely to make good decisions in this time of emergency where just one person can light a fire and destroy life as we know it for tens of thousands of people?
Of Los Angeles County, when you talk about the Palisades in Malibu. The other two fires in Sylmar and Pasadena are getting underway in very developed lands as well. Thus far, nothing in Orange County, San Diego County to speak of, but I'll keep you posted, Southern California, as we go through this. Matt, you weren't on the commentary podcast yesterday. They were talking about the changes that have been made at Meta. I'm going to have Joel Kaplan on, who is the new head of international affairs for Meta, replacing Nick Clegg this week. Later in the program, what is your reaction to that? Because this morning, I assure you, people are zooming over to Facebook and X because old media is too slow. They are looking on Xbook and on X and Meta to find out if their house is burned down or their friend's house is burned down. What do you think of Zuckerberg's policy announcement yesterday?
Well, I think it's the right policy. I think that it's part of a general cultural thaw, an American Glasnost, if you will.
Right, so I'm using a noise suppression filter today to cut out background noise because I've got my air conditioner running. I've got my air purifier running at the highest levels because otherwise there's just smoke in the air, even though I've got all the doors and windows closed. But you want also noise suppression with your news, right? Sometimes you want to head to conventional sources like the Los Angeles Times. There are benefits to people who have a fairly strong filter up against noise. And you also want access to social media and X for more uncensored conversations where you're going to be willing to put up with a higher amount of noise for the sake of learning things that aren't breaking through the conventional media. We need each other, guys. We need the mainstream media in times of national emergency in situations like 9/11 or these fires in Los Angeles. And we also need free discussion on social media. We need both.
That has settled in this country since the election, an opening up, people willing to allow free speech, which you would think they would do.
Okay, I don't think I made my point very well, but when I use a noise suppression filter, it alters the quality of my voice, and there are some negative side effects, but then there are positive side effects of cutting out the noise of the air conditioner, of the air purifier, of my keyboard. And so everything is a trade-off, right? Sometimes you want less distortion for the main voice, and you are willing to put up with more background noise. And it's the same with social media. You may want to be very careful about who you follow, but you may be willing to follow some edgy accounts that are sometimes wrong and sometimes in poor taste, but also are brave enough to break insights and information that more conventional, reasonable, and responsible voices don't break. So everyone comes with trade-offs, like everyone and everything can be fit into a genre. And so I think my point makes sense.
Do already, but this has been the situation the past several years. We haven't had free speech in many important institutions. So it was good that Mark Zuckerberg did this. And I think that in his statement, he contained a very important phrase. He said the election was a cultural tipping point. And I really do agree with that. Now, again, it raises the question, why did it take the election to lead to more speech on Facebook? Why did it take Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, now X, to lead to more free speech on that platform?
So the UCLA men's basketball game had a devastating loss to Michigan. It's now lost 2 games in a row. And its coach, Mick Cronin, is calling out his team for being too soft. And do you think if he was in charge of a team that had women on it, that the CEO of a team with women on it could call out his team for being too soft? No, that really only works in a masculine environment. So an all-male team will have strengths that a mixed sex team will not have. Mick Cronin's teams, he's the head basketball coach of UCLA men's basketball, his teams consistently get better because he is ferocious and he does frequently call out his team for being too soft, for not putting out enough effort, and it does incentivize his players. But I'm not sure that the same rhetoric and the same approach would work on a mixed sex team. So the more you have mixing of the sexes, the races, religions, ideologies, sexual orientations, right, the more difficult it is to lead, and the more you have to temper blunt language. And sometimes to get excellence, you have to use a lot of blunt language. And Americans used to be known for their plain, blunt language. And I'd like a return to that. And I hope we're getting that under this second Donald Trump term, where more Americans return to blunt, simple, plain speaking.
But whatever the reasons, I think we can say that these are good things, and we should want more of it. And I think it's just one more kind of cultural benefit of Trump's election that we're seeing even before he takes office in 2 weeks.
Matt, I like that term. You should copyright American Glasnost. I will quote you when I talk to Joel later in the hour or in the program. I am curious if you think, as I do, that the announcement reflects the reassertion of the American genome into our culture. The American genome is what's deep in our bones, and it's frontier factories and farm and faith. And therefore, the perceived cultural elite got no connection with any of it.
Look, I'm not against the mixing of the races and the mixing of the sexes and religious dialogue across denominations and cultures and nations and religion, right? I am very pro a man and a woman when it comes to sex, right? There are times in life where you want to encourage, men and women to get together, but you should also have spaces where just men can get together, or where just African-American men could get together, or where African-Americans just can form their own distinct communities or clubs and service organizations, or just men can form their own service organizations, or God forbid, just Muslims, or just Jews, or just gays, or just Christians, or just white people, all right? There's a time and a place for mixing, and there's a time and a place where people just want to be with their own kind. So how do you like the term American Glasnost? Like, it struck me and it worked for me when I heard it this morning. And yeah, I'm fine with mixed doubles tennis, all right? And I'm very pro male-female sexual relations. I think that's a good thing.
Of that, and their American Glasnost is necessary because for a time they were trying to suppress the American DNA, which you really can't do. We say what's on our mind, and we say it loudly and often.
It's funny. It's the most beautiful parts of LA that are most endangered, right? Pacific Palisades, Hugh Hewitt called it the most beautiful community in California. I don't know how much time I've spent there, but it is gorgeous. Malibu, gorgeous. Living in the Hollywood Hills, Laurel Canyon, Mulholland Drive, just gorgeous. But everything beautiful comes with a price. I mean, if you're married to a beautiful woman, I had a friend who would tell me about how exhausting and tiring and challenging it was to be married to a beautiful woman, because a beautiful woman has far more options. And so you have to be far more on your game. If you earn $120,000 a year, there will be a higher level of performance expected from you than if you're earning $60,000 a year in the same type of job.
And I often do it because I'm regulated by the FCC without vulgarity every day. It can be done, but online you can be vulgar. What do you think? Is it in our DNA? This just will not work to attempt to censor Americans.
No, I agree with that. I mean, there's something about American individualism, American speech. We don't like being told what to do. We don't really have a deferential attitude toward authority. Anyone who studies our history can see that, and that's what's made the past 4 years so unusual.
It's funny, Australians even have a less deferential attitude towards authority than Americans, but they will sign on for a much higher level of nanny state than Americans will, and they will sign on for a much higher level of socialism than Americans will. So you can have a considerable nanny state and a considerable amount of socialism in addition to great skepticism of authority.
And I think you can even go back a little bit toward the beginning of the Obama era as the source of many of these restrictions on free speech.
Okay, here's something that jumped out at me when you had fires go through San Diego about 20 years ago versus Katrina. When I was watching coverage of Katrina, I was struck by how pathetic and how ineffective the city was, the state was, the governance was, but also the people. They seemed overall fairly pathetic. They didn't use much good judgment, much effectiveness in taking care of themselves. And I was struck by the contrast in San Diego when we had bad fires there about 20 years ago, how relatively little complaining there was and how neighbors helped neighbors, and they seem to have a much higher degree of effectiveness in their lives. And I also see this here in LA. Not a lot of whining and complaining and just pathetic, I can't do anything, come rescue me attitudes demonstrated by the residents of Pacific Palisades, Alhambra, Glendale, Malibu, right? These tend to be quite high achieving, highly effective, highly resourceful people, as opposed to just the pathetic, take care of me attitudes that I remember dominating the ethos of the people that I saw on my TV screen during the coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. So certainly strikes me that some people are more hardy than other people. Some people are more independent. Some people are more resourceful than other people. Some people work more effectively with others. Some people see times of crisis, such as Hurricane Katrina or these fires, as an opportunity to go loot and to go rape. And other people see these crises as an opportunity to look after oneself, look after one's family, look after one's loved ones, to help a neighbor, even to help strangers. So it strikes me that different groups have different proclivities with regard to committing looting and crime and trash and littering and rape and murder, and recognizing that different people have different gifts. All right, more spontaneous people are going to commit higher rates of crime than less spontaneous people. And being spontaneous is not inherently a bad thing. There are many beauties in being spontaneous. So highly creative people, I would expect as a group, have higher rates of certain kinds of mental illness. Ashkenazi high verbal IQ comes with it all sorts of health problems and quite mediocre visual spatial abilities. So normally, with most people, verbal IQ and visual spatial IQ highly correlate, but not with Ashkenazi Jews. So Ashkenazi Jews developed in the space of about 8 generations in a way that they have extraordinary verbal IQ, right? They have certain strengths, but these strengths come with accompanying weaknesses in physical health, often in eyesight, and they don't tend to have the visual spatial IQ, so you don't see them achieving success in, say, the visual arts or in sculpture that they do in areas where verbal IQ matters.
The source of many of this radically politically correct policies that made people afraid to say what they think. I mean, we've seen that come out in polls as well. So it's an unalloyed good that we're now having an opening up, that we're having more expression. And that's what I think the 2024 election, Hugh, when we look at it in historical terms, may end up being much more important than just another election. Obviously, there's the realignment of some voting groups, in particular Hispanic Americans, moving toward the GOP, like previous.
Have you ever had your routine disrupted, and even though it was uncomfortable and awkward, it forced you to start doing some things that you quickly realized were good for you and that you need to do more of? So my power went out for 2 hours yesterday. I'm fully ready for my power to go out at any time again today and tomorrow. And it forced me to get out there and talk to people face to face in real life. So say with illness or with severe humiliation, setbacks, losing a job, losing a source of income, when your routine gets interrupted, such as fires may force you to evacuate, it is often a spur for introspection and to evaluate how you spend your time and whether you can make better choices going forward. So pain, as my father would often say, pain is the great teacher.
Ways of immigrants have in the past, that's important. But then there's this larger kind of cultural dimension. The cliche is to call it a vibe shift now. Whatever you want to call it, I do think people have more of a spring in their step. They're excited. They want to speak their mind. They want to be true to their natures.
Right. Some people seem much more energetic, much more lively, much more boisterous, much more outgoing than other people. And recognizing these differences is not a bad thing. Remember, Jimmy Carter gave that big speech about there's a malaise in the American soul circa 1979, but the malaise was clearly in Jimmy Carter's soul, and he was just pushing his own malaise onto Americans. Just an example of how we tend to see the world as we are, not as the world is.
As Americans. And this is a positive and I hope long-lasting development.
New York and Los Angeles are blue cities, and they both have their own kind of crises right now. One is public safety in New York. One is the inability to contain very predictable fire events on the West Coast. But I don't think it makes a dent in the politics of either place because our memory is so short, Matt. Let me go and ask you, do you think politics in America is changing in any kind of lasting way, or are we just red and blue with red being temporarily ascendant?
We are red and blue. This is a generational pattern. But I will say this, Hugh, the blue does not really know what hit it in the 2024 election. And when you look at a lot of Democrats and a lot of liberals right now, they have still not come to terms with the fact that their cultural views are far out of step with most Americans. And until they align their cultural views with the cultural sentiments of the majority of this country, I think the Democrats, no matter where they are, liberal Democrats, will be in electoral trouble.
Matt, I'm going to hold you to the break so I can play it next hour, but I want to give you a homework assignment while we set up the break. I'm finishing a column for Fox News that will run next year, which will be one of the most somber anniversaries I've gone through, and then he will welcome the world to Los Angeles in 2028. My question, and we can get started, and I'll tell you when we go to break, do you think he is at all prepared? Do you think they have rhetoricians that are going to seize this opportunity to kind of redefine America in the new century?
Oh, I do think he has the resources available. I mean, his speechwriter, Vince Haley, who will be in charge of domestic policy in the second administration, is a very talented wordsmith. Stephen Miller, of course, got his start as a speechwriter as well.
I had lunch with Matt Scully, who was major speechwriter for George W. Bush. It is a pleasure being around people who are skilled at the use of words. What I hate when people are really skilled at the use of words, but underneath the words is emptiness or even an anti-social or anti-reality agenda. So Donald Trump does not tend to speak in classically beautiful terms, but he has a pretty accurate sense of reality.
Donald Trump has forged a new means of communication that clearly connects with millions of people. The resources are there, Hugh, and I think they're going to be up to the demands of this very important moment, as you say.
I'm going to come back and ask you, or any of the other shops in D.C., which are really great wordsmiths, what themes do you think they ought to hit? I have my own set, but what do you think?
Well, I would just start, Hugh, by going back to some of the speeches Trump made in his first term. I think his speech to the people of Poland in 2017, I think his speech in front of Mount Rushmore in 2020. I think elements of his farewell address, actually, where he talked about the achievements of his first term and the American spirit. So I'd go back to those speeches.
So the bloke speaking, Matthew Continetti, he wrote an admirably even-handed history of American conservatism in the 20th century. Came out 2 years ago. So he's on the conventional William F. Buckley side, National Review side, but he does a good job usually of being fair to the Patrick Buchanan more nationalist wing, the paleocon and the biologically rooted worldviews of people like Steve Saylor and Charles Murray.
And then I try to distill the message of them and then pour that message into what he's going to talk about, whether it is Lexington and Concord coming up or America's declaration at 250 in next year in 2026. And what I think, the message of Donald Trump's most important speeches is America is a nation. A nation has borders, but a nation also has a certain spirit. And the American spirit is energetic, can-do, individualistic, and always reaching for.
Oh, so the former Weekly Standard writers and editors who are now largely with the Bulwark, they are so mad that Facebook is abandoning fact-checking because they had power, they had income under the old regime when they essentially colluded with the left to censor Americans.
For the stars, and I expect him to voice similar themes in his speeches in the coming 4 years.
Okay, chat indicates JF GARIEPY is on the run. So what's up with JF GARIEPY? And anyone see Mama JF? I think according to JF GARIEPY, she just had mad ninja survival skills. And she just, went out into the wilderness, didn't want to be found. But she's been missing for, a year and a half now? Wonder what happened to Mama JF. Wonder what JF knows that he's not telling us.
Yeah, if I were king of the forest, I would get us away from the American century and talk about the American millennium, that we are not going anywhere and we are not going to be usurped. I don't.
Okay, what else do I have lined out? This is Mark Halperin 5 days ago.
Join us so much, so often on National Report, and we're glad to speak with you a final time of the year. Mark, what do you think about this? CBS is finally coming to the realization this was a missed opportunity.
Well, Emma, you're too young, but Sean isn't to remember the old V8 ads. I mean,
I don't
get it. I just, the press now they're not really acknowledging their role in the cover-up. Right. They're not acknowledging that they pretended the story wasn't happening on C-SPAN right before everybody's eyes. And all of a sudden it's safe for them to just a little bit say, oh, we kind of missed this story, should have been covered more. I continue to say this is one of the biggest scandals in media history, maybe the biggest in America. And for places like Newsmax, your program, my reporting, I don't think we deserve a Pulitzer for reporting what we could see publicly. But I do think until the organizations that contributed to the cover-up come clean, they can't expect to establish any credibility with the broader public.
Yeah, I would expand on that to say that there was a choice to not report it. It was obvious.
Yeah.
It was an easy story to report, but there was some decision within whichever network, news organization, to not cover it or to ignore it. And it had major implications, which you were touching on, about the consequences of going down that path without reporting on it, missing opportunities in a primary. I'll ask you about this, too, because the reporter there touched on it in the clip. A new Washington Post report, I believe you've read it, Mark, but revealing Biden regrets dropping out of this year's presidential race. It goes on to say this, quote, Biden and some of his aides still believe he should have stayed in the race despite the rocky debate performance and low poll numbers that prompted Democrats to pressure him to drop out. Biden and these aides have told people in recent days that he could have defeated Trump, according to people familiar with their comments who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe private conversations, unquote. It was called delusional in that CBS News clip. Mark, if there is weight to this story, how do you see it?
So the winds were just whipping around the palm trees yesterday, and I didn't go outside for hours. I wanted the winds to knock down any trees and branches and anything else that might be of danger. And then after the winds blew through for a few hours, I finally went outside. Some of these palm trees are like 100 feet tall, and so you really don't necessarily want a branch falling on you from 100 feet up. And it's like that Travis Bickle character in Taxi Driver. There's a flood coming or a rain coming that's going to clean up this city. And sometimes it's major disasters and challenges like this that clean out a lot of deadwood.
Well, I think Joe Biden was right for years, literally, when he said he thought he had the best chance to beat Donald Trump. But at some point, it passed from having the best chance to beat Donald Trump to no chance. And again, I don't like to make everything into a media story, but that Washington Post story ignores, there's not a word in the story about his decline of mental acuity. And they don't have 2 paragraphs, as I would have writing that story, that says, here's the indications that Joe Biden's not right. He was not just behind Donald Trump, he was way behind. He would have been wiped out unless something dramatic changed. And I doubt something dramatic changed. Remember, after that debate, he had several weeks before he was forced out of the race where he tried to convince the Democratic Party and the voters he could do it. And he failed.
Mm-hmm. We're just showing some clips, refreshing our memory of unfortunate moments in President Biden's term, where you see the physical struggle here, not to mention the mental challenges. I mean, we were going back in time. I was trying to think when was the Easter Bunny leading him around? That was years ago. That was, I believe, 2022 or 23. But either way, there were signs, falling off the bike, talking to dead people, calling out for a deceased congresswoman. I mean, there were signs along the way. So my point is, will the media change? Have you seen any signs that they're going to approach it differently?
I've told the story before. I saw Joe Biden do an event in 2017 with a friendly interviewer promoting a book. And afterwards, I said, thank goodness his career in public life is over, because what an embarrassment.
Right. It was clear in 2017 that Joe Biden was not fit for public office as a congressman, let alone a senator or a vice president or a president.
Embarrassment would be for him and his family if he continued to try to do things in a public way. That was 3 years before he ran for and won the presidency, which without COVID, I think would have been a big challenge for him. I don't know that the media will change. The early signs are not encouraging. Not only the cover-up of Joe Biden's lack of lost mental acuity, but I still see very little curiosity on the part of most of the media about how Donald Trump won and why, what the MAGA movement is about, Joe Biden's failures on immigration, on inflation, on Afghanistan, and the press is rolling covering those up, and Biden Inc., the failure to continue, or the effort to continue to protect Joe Biden and his family from what now is a clear pattern of.
So if I have to evacuate, if I face a dire emergency today, the first place I'm going to turn for guidance will be to my Orthodox Jewish community. A group strategy, particularly in a time of crisis, will usually work far better for you than trying to figure things out just on your own.
Of lack of truthfulness on the acuity issue. I think people should have some doubts whether they've been honest about how Hunter Biden made his money. Yeah. So I don't see a lot of encouraging signs about change. I hope so, because I care about our profession.
Okay, so the mayor of Los Angeles is out of the country. He has been in Ghana. And Jim Garrity writes, the Pacific Palisades fire has ravaged more than 2,900 acres. Eaton fire has destroyed 1,000 acres. Hurst fire, 500 acres, and 0% control on these major fires. Tens of thousands of Californians have been forced to evacuate. Friends of mine, clients of mine have been forced to evacuate. There are 3 large mandatory evacuation zones. And Los Angeles County is huge, right? It's 4,700 square miles. It's the size of Connecticut. It's the most populous county in the United States with nearly 10 million residents. And there is an awful lot of patches of green along with the most densely packed urban areas. So Los Angeles, by some measures, is the most densely packed city in the United States. So Mickey Kaus, who lives in Venice, California, or sometimes in Beverly Hills, described the neighborhoods around him. So people seeing the flames approaching, waiting in vain for firefighters to arrive. Residents whose homes have burned to the ground are understandably pissed that no firefighters showed up to try to save their homes. Not enough personnel, apparently. Seems like a failure in planning. California's Governor Gavin Newsom made it sound like the cavalry had arrived. It didn't. So Los Angeles has declared a state of emergency, but where is the mayor? Right, she is on the way back from Ghana. She was in Ghana attending the inauguration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on Tuesday, and this disaster was largely foreseeable in that we knew the worst winds that LA has seen for 13 years were going to hit us this week. Right, so the mayor of Los Angeles was 7,400 miles away from her city as it is engulfed by fires. Right, so in 2022, Los Angeles voters chose Karen Bass instead of billionaire developer Rick Caruso. And understandably, Rick Caruso, as I played, is not impressed by the performance of Mayor Bass. All right, better government policies and decisions can mitigate the damage of wildfires, and worse policies exacerbate the damage. Right, wildfires in California are seriously exacerbated by national, state, local policies that minimize the use of controlled burns that would limit the scope of these naturally occurring fires. So in October, so just 4 months ago, the U.S. Forest Service directed its employees in California to stop prescribed burns. Right, if the U.S. Forest Service had been operating controlled burns like normal, would it have made a difference in these 3 fires currently bedeviling Los Angeles County?
Hi, Canada. I'm Hugh Hewitt, live in Studio West, where the wind is howling and will continue to howl. If you're just waking up on the East Coast, be very assured you have no idea what it's like in Southern California. You may turn on a feed, but you have no idea because you can't hear the wind. It's at both studio, our production studio, and the studio from which I broadcast, and the wind is gusting, I would guess, 70 miles an hour at times. Pretty regular gust at 40 miles per hour. And we can see pictures at night of LA burning. And by that I mean there are 3 separate fires, one in Sylmar.
So New York Times International Affairs correspondent David Sanger got Donald Trump's first question at his press conference yesterday. And David Sanger is universally respected among journalists, but his thinking is so shallow. I read his recent book, New Cold Wars, China's Rise, Russia's Invasion, and America's Struggle to Defend the West. Notice that he takes it for granted that it is America's duty to defend the West and to defend Ukraine. And he argues in the book that Ukraine's welfare is vital to America. Well, how about instead of sending our resources to Ukraine, we spend them here at home so that we have firefighters and competent government to respond to disasters like the one currently bedeviling Southern California. Okay, so on the bright side, we have diverse firefighters in Los Angeles. It's a major preoccupation of the news media for the past several decades that firefighters are not diverse enough. And there's been a steady push by our elites to lower requirements for firefighters. So if you needed to be carried out of a home because you'd passed out or you'd been injured, right? Would you like a female firefighter or a female cop to show up to try to carry you out of a house? Right? Overwhelmingly, we need male, not female cops. Overwhelmingly, we need male, not female firefighters. Overwhelmingly, we need competence and excellence, not diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right. And the mayor, the head of the Los Angeles Fire Department, her top priority is promoting diversity, inclusion, and equity. DIE, die. Right? She is the first female and first LGBTQ chief, and her priority is DEI. This is who's leading us. Okay, I don't need the music. Right. She created a DEI bureau to train firefighters in DEI.
Los Angeles Fire Department is launching its first ever Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau. It is dedicated to ensuring a fair and equal.
So sometimes the difference between excellent and good is your life, right? I was bedridden for 6 years. And then after 6 years, after seeing many doctors and getting help from everyone who knew me, I was finally referred to a great psychiatrist who got me on a medication that restored life to me. After 6 years bedridden, right, finally get a great psychiatrist, the late Daniel Goldwyn in Orlando, Florida, and he prescribed Nardil, and life was restored to me after 6 years being bedridden. So we want to encourage excellence, because excellence is often, what the hell, the difference between life and death.
Workplace environment.
Eyewitness News reporter Christian Cordero is live in North Hollywood with more on what it entails and why it's necessary. Christian?
Ellen, Colleen, the discrepancies are stark, even just on paper. The LAFD this year hired its first ever female chief, and it says so far this year, 8% of its applicants have been women. That might sound like a small number, but it's actually twice the percentage of female firefighters currently in the department. Every day, the LAFD is called upon to respond to crises, and today it is taking a step to resolve one of its own. The department's first ever Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau will launch in January, 1 year since its first ever female fire chief, Kristen Crowley, was appointed.
So by creating this new bureau, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau, now we actually have the staff to do the work when it comes to doing a deep dive in regard to how we do business, how we take care of one another in the fire stations and in our work environment.
The plan is to do so by adding training and enforcing accountability. Calls for accountability have echoed for years. In 2021, women's advocacy groups, including one representing female firefighters, pushed for changes at the highest level, saying a system within the department exposes them to abuse, bullying, and a culture of intimidation and retaliation.
So bullying and retaliation and intimidation sometimes go hand in hand with excellence, right? There is a level of bullying and of intimidation that can contribute to excellence. And so to the degree that bullying and intimidation contribute to excellence, I'm down with it. To the degree that bullying and intimidation decrease excellence, I'm against it. I went to Christian schools, so I experienced very little bullying up until 10th grade. 10th grade, I first went to a public school, and there was a lot more bullying in the diverse public school than what I experienced growing up. So LA's first female and LGBTQ fire chief says her vision and strategic plan is for the fire department to be more diverse and inclusive.
I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I say, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Out of 3,300 city firefighters, only 115 are women right now. She's already looking at ways to change that. She's quick to point out that doing so has a greater purpose, attracting the best and brightest for the job.
They feel included, they feel valued, and they feel part of a cohesive team.
The chief also checks another box when it comes to inclusivity and diversity at this department. She's a proud member of the LGBTQ community.
That just kind of opens the door of people that thought, wow, I didn't even know that that was an opportunity for me. I am super inspired.
So when your home is on the line, your life is on the line, your neighborhood is on the line, do you put a high priority on diversity and having proud gay firefighters, or do you want excellent firefighters? Excellence to me is important. And my God, I just don't see the advantage of glorifying diversity, equity, inclusion as opposed to competence.
Are one in Pasadena and one in Pacific Palisades. And if I can draw you a little map in your mind, start at Malibu. If you know where Malibu is, it's the...
Okay, let's get a burst here. This is live from Fox News.
Altadena, Pasadena, and then you had one on the north side in the San Gabriels and the Santa Susana Mountains, and now I'm in the Santa Monica Mountains. Keith, you want to just don't mind? I want to show people literally how close we are. I'm going to have to, it's kind of ugly, but here's the cliff. That's PCH, and here's the homes, right? We're right here. So these winds just came right down here like a chute and shot down PCH, and the number of homes, bam, 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 fire on both sides, and they took them out. Firefighters, I'm sure they've requested more. We have about 1,800 on site. Hopefully they'll be able to get those fixed wings and the helicopters up as well. But you know, the wind, it's died down now. But I got to tell you, if I was to face there, the amount of ash and the cinders in the air, just like getting your eyes, and it's really irritating. Thankfully, the wind's on my back right now, Kaylee. But that's the situation here. Again, red flag warnings, which is a combination of humidity, wind, and some other factors that go into that, but that's going to be at least throughout today and probably into tomorrow.
Okay, has anyone seen Mama JF or JF GARIEPY?
Your human bone, when you chew on it, it takes a while to clean the mouth and clean.
What the
Tom's Wheelhouse says, why would Mama JF not just give a sign of life instead of putting you through all this? Makes no sense. Maybe Mama JF is dead, or maybe...
Oh, really? Maybe? Ooh. Maybe. Just maybe she's dead.
Maybe she's contributing to the support structure of a parking lot somewhere.
Oh my
God.
JF, if you're innocent, don't say that.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. No ground beef for the woman who goes to dance in the field, of course.
What?
What's that?
What? Buckle up, folks. The JF experience is here.
Let's do a little update for people for the Clip channel, right? And hit like, by the way, if you're watching the Clip channel.
So we remember the story of JF and Mama JF there. JF has always had a weird problem. I don't know what to call it. I call it a problem. He calls it that need love too. But people call him the potato masher. They call him the wizard of love. All of the women that JF has been with are how they call it, slow in the mind. They are retarded. He got into trouble at his university job for shit like this, and there was like a whole court case.
All right, what makes these guys so compelling and entertaining is that they're highly spontaneous, but you don't necessarily want these type of personalities checking the engines before the plane takes off.
Where he had to return one of the potatoes to the custody of its parents there because she could not consent because she retarded. Mama JF was like this. Some people are like, well, she's just French. She's not retarded. I know they're kind of synonym in a way, but no, she was retarded. And JF and Mama JF, they created little potatoes together. They had a family. Crazy shit. JF would make her cook the most disgusting meals for him, weird fucking humiliation rituals with her and stuff like this. Well, eventually it ended in a way that I don't know if any of us truly saw this coming. We all knew JF was a psycho. He was like some sort of freak there, you know, but none of us really thought.
So JF chose to isolate himself in among the most northern parts of Canada, and the direction towards isolation and marginalization tends to be self-destructive as well as socially destructive. Wow, my God! Look at these pictures here out of Los Angeles. Wow.
I guess some of us saw this coming, but it's like so dark. Mama JF went missing, and JF didn't tell anybody that she went missing. And it was like months before anybody called the police to investigate.
5 months. I think it was 5 months. So she went missing in June or July, and it was like October is when the police were finally like, "Where's your wife?"
I'm not 100% sure on the timeline of
Something
this,
along
okay?
that. Yeah.
Well, you know, but this is essentially what happened. So JF's story, by the way, is this. Mama JF wanted to leave him, so he dropped Mama JF off in the middle of the woods for her to be set free. And that's so basically what he's saying is, if you believe JF, he dropped off a developmentally delayed woman in the middle of the woods with no real equipment or ability to survive, and she was probably eaten by bears.
And no cards, no visas were used, no credit card, no
I'm just
debit.
telling you that's JF's story. So like, even if you believe JF, it's pretty fucked up.
It's
man.
dark. It's even like it's
well,
crazy.
You didn't drop her off at her parents' house or like at a hotel, or you just set her loose in the fucking woods to die.
Well,
that's pretty cold. And he's like, "Well, it is not my responsibility. She wanted to leave my protection, and so she died in the woods." Now, JF, up until recently, however, never really said that she died.
Mm-hmm.
His story is that Mama JF, this is what he said. I'm not even kidding. Mama JF is like 007, James Bond agent.
Mm-hmm.
For all we know, she is eluding the authorities. She may be in a banana boat to Peru. She might be anywhere in the world. This is Mama JF. She is espionage master.
She's traveling the world.
She's traveling the world or whatever. Now,
So did you see the Wolf of Wall Street? And there's a conversation with a guy who married his cousin.
Happened. I basically, if the kid was retarded, I would, drive it up to the country and just like, open the door and let us say, "You're free now." Like run free.
So it sounds like that's what JF GARIEPY says he did.
People speculate that JF just fucking murdered Mama JF.
I mean,
just chopped her up into pieces.
Well,
used his science background to fucking.
I find that impossible to believe, because doesn't JF GARIEPY subscribe to some kind of transcendent, universal, divine-based moral code? Oh, wait, that's right. He was a nihilist. So no moral code that JF GARIEPY subscribed to would have prohibited him from murdering Mama JF.
And dissolve the body.
No, Ash, remember, we found this out later. It was during Halloween of 2 years ago, right? It was when this all happened.
Yeah.
We found out that the stream after he returned from his break when she went missing, he did a cleanup in his house.
He did a renovation of his house. Well, okay.
He changed
so
the floorboards. Go ahead.
To be fair, that footage of him in the biohazard suit was actually before the murder or the disappearance of Mama J. It was from COVID, where he was showing how you should enter your house to sanitize and protect from the germ. But what it does establish is he has a pretty good knowledge of this stuff, and he has biohazard suits and advanced knowledge of sanitation and shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks.
So in general, higher IQ people are less likely to commit murder because they more accurately see the future. And if you commit murder, that's quite likely to be bad for your future. But if a high IQ person like JF GARIEPY does commit some heinous crime, they're probably better suited to getting away with it.
It's pretty suspect.
It was the
to say the
floorboard he
least.
changed and the wall. He changed drywall and floorboards a week after she went missing, randomly. And then there was garbage bags. Remember, he was like, there's like garbage bags, and it was like, we were like, what?
It was some crazy shit.
Yeah.
So the police have been interviewing him ever since.
Yeah.
They haven't let anything.
So Andy Worski looks fairly healthy. Andy Worski used to stream with JF for, was it close to a year?
And go at all. They're still investigating him because the authorities are pretty sure, I imagine, that he did have something to do with Mama JF's demise. And they're trying to get him, but there's no body and there's no evidence because JF is like some crazy fucking neuroscientist.
Have you read true crime books? They're absolutely absorbing. They are thrilling. They are compelling in a similar sense to pornography, but there's not the, there's not, for me at least, there was not nearly the post-nut clarity downside of feeling disgust and revulsion. So I remember Kendra Jade just could not stop reading books about serial killers. And there is something about a well-written true crime story that you just can't put down.
Master of eliminating evidence or whatever.
Yeah.
So as part of getting over pornography, all right, for a time, I switched to just audio pornography, just like erotic stories rather than looking at something visual, because there wasn't as much of sense of self-loathing and revulsion afterwards. And then I switched to complete cessation of masturbation, no pornography, and instead I would feed my wild side. I would meet that need to walk on the wild side by watching true crime documentaries like 60 Minutes Before Disaster, or the first 48, about the first 48 hours after a murder. So it's late at night. I'd stop watching pornography late at night, so I'd watch some kind of true crime documentary, and that was wild enough to be exciting, but not so wild that I hated myself afterward.
So we're now at the point where it's like the trail's gone cold. But JF then recently, I believe it was in like November, he just didn't stream. It was like 6 or 8 weeks where JF was missing.
He pulled the
JF
casino.
was gone. He basically pulled the casino, except this time, like the actual conspiracies and shit, even stranger what he told than what any conspiracy anybody could cook up ever.
Yeah.
So I'll basically spoil a little bit of this. JF says that he is fleeing from government kidnapping, which if you translate that means the government is trying to arrest JF and he is on the run from the government. Now, he tells like crazy fucking stories here, guys, of him fleeing the feds and escaping. He has like a Korean lawyer and a Jewish lawyer that helped him like coordinate this escape and transfer of assets. Everything was in Mama JF's name. And so he was somehow able to sell the property and all of this stuff through like crazy backhand. Like when he calls the lawyer's office, they told JF that he was a criminal and that he should turn himself in. And then like that's what the receptionist told JF. And that what they were asking to do was illegal. This is what JF says. This is not, you'll see.
This is a movie.
And then apparently JF got a hold of the Korean and Jewish lawyer, and then they were able to scheme up JF's selling of the property and collecting the money. And then JF apparently liquidated his Bitcoin, and he's got all the. Yeah, like it's
Better
actually
Call
like
Saul, like levels.
No,
of...
it really is. Like he went to like the vacuum cleaner guy, and he fucking got disappeared and shit.
He's in a cabin in like Maine.
So I don't even. He's on the run. He's on the lam. He claims that he's in like a Western province.
That's
somewhere,
not liberal,
like,
but that's bullshit.
Like Alberta or Saskatchewan. But it's like if there are charges out. But the thing is, like nobody can like find these supposed charges that they want him for. So like I don't really know what's going on. Like JF is a very unreliable narrator in all of this. So like take everything with a serious grain of salt and skepticism. I don't know if he's like trying to do a pity grift by saying the feds are pursuing him, or if they actually are pursuing him. I don't think though he's in Saskatchewan or Alberta. Like if Brazil. He fled, I think he's in like Brazil or Southeast Asia.
So Justin Murphy was an independent academic who has gone out on his own. And he often has interesting things to say. This is what he just posted on X. Past year, we've seen 2 average, mediocre white girls achieve superstar fame for no good reason. I don't know who's the girl on the right. Totally separate, unrelated cases. Everyone says, wow, they're blowing up. Wow, they're so lucky. They're launching businesses and they're hanging out with Drake. Each one was the absolute envy of everyone who has ever dreamed of fame and fortune through organic viral content. Literally less than 1 year later, each one burns their entire life to the ground. The first one, that's the one on the left, the Hawk Tour girl. She launched a crypto scam. All her content shuts down. She's now looking at prison. The second one leaves her husband and kids so that she can podcast with Drake, the rapper, in his bed. Now she's the side piece of a B-tier NFL player and nobody listens to a podcast anymore. Lesson is that you really cannot cheat God, or if you don't believe in God, just insert the word reality. If you're ever blessed with sudden fame or fortune, if it does not also come with fear and trembling in equal measure, then you're probably going straight to hell. And never, ever envy or admire anyone who achieves fame or fortune above their worthiness, for they are doomed to fall harder and lower than you could ever possibly imagine.
Or Africa or some crazy fucking place.
I really think he went to the closest.
But he the CPS apparently was after him. He had to flee from CPS. He took the kids and f***ed off somewhere. He's on the run with the kids. No, it's crazy. But before we get into all of the story, well, somebody in chat, Rodimus Prime goes, PP, selling that house is the dumbest shit he ever did. The cops can now get full access to that old house from the new owner. But does it matter if he's in Venezuela? Or fucking Thailand or some shit?
Or if he hid all the evidence of the
Well, he might have eradicated all the evidence, but with how advanced modern forensics are, how can you erase all of the DNA evidence? If somebody could do it, it probably is JF.
A ton of bleach, changing all the walls, the floorboards.
The alleged murder, the alleged,
all alleged.
I don't know.
He's not
if the guy's on the run from the law, I don't think he's going to sue us at this point.
You know what I mean?
Motherfucker's on the run from the law. Why, that's what he's saying. Okay, so we're going to go into the miscellaneous JF folder first. Okay, so this here is a big slip up from JF. This is JF admitting for the first time on video that Mama JF is actually dead.
What?
Prior to this, he had always maintained that he believed that Mama JF was alive. But here he slips up and admits Mama JF is dead.
Yikes.
It's because of the, maybe he had some human bone chunks.
Oh shit, this is the cannibal. Wait, do you have it backwards?
Is it backwards?
Shit, I might not have the wrong.
Oh, maybe that was the wrong one?
Shit, I uploaded the wrong file. No, I uploaded the wrong file. Fuck, hold on.
All good, throw it
I can get it. I can get it here quickly. Hold on. So just go to this one then. JF the Cannibal.
Okay.
Now, in this one, JF...
That's how you save that one as that. Yeah. Okay.
It's because
JF,
of the...
basically, this is very strange, what he's saying here. Because he's talking with, first-hand experience of what human bones would be like in your teeth.
Okay.
Just play this.
Maybe he had some human bone chunks stuck between the teeth. He needed a big flow of water to clean, because let me tell you, human bone, when you chew on it, it takes a while to clean the mouth and clean.
What the?
Did he say that?
How would you know
let me
this?
Tell you. What do you mean, JF?
He's remembering. He's remembering.
You know what I
mean?
Go
flow
over
of water to clean, because let me tell you, human bone.
Let me tell you.
Let me tell you.
I read in a book about cannibalism. I saw online. It's let me tell you.
When you chew on it.
When you chew on him, no, he's remembering when he was eating human bones.
He was even biting down.
Did he eat the potato?
Yes.
Did he actually do it?
Or one of his exes or something?
Look in his dark, twisted eyes. There's 1,000-yard stare here as he's talking about eating human remains. By the way, this is not a normal thing to say.
Not at all.
By the way.
I don't think you have to tell any of that.
I've never heard anybody else talk like that. Have you?
No, never.
1,000 potato stare.
Yeah.
It takes a while to clean the mouth and clean the taste.
And clean the
taste. It takes a while. Clean the taste. How would you know if you haven't done it? How long it would take to clean the taste of human remains out of your mouth? So I'm just uploading this video here shortly of where JF admits JF is dead. We're looking at about a minute here.
All right.
Let's have a look just quickly at the one that says JF and the child. This is insane, by the way.
No. What child is funny? This guy asks, look, man, there are some serious investigations going on right now. As a person with your full name, I wouldn't say something like that. And then he says, and I'm tired of pretending it isn't.
So, JF He's a real sick man there.
Okay.
You know, like CPS is after him and lock him up, lock him up, lock him up.
This is. Go ahead.
Okay, this video is called JF GARIEPY on the run for murder. It's a day old. It's from Kino Casino Clips. Right, Hugh Hewitt on what's going on in California.
The Stars, just north of Santa Monica, and put a fire on the top of Malibu in your mind, and then move directly east all the way over to Pasadena as though you were driving on the, I guess that would be the 101. And in between, if you took a left turn and drove up 30 minutes, you get to Sylmar.
So a quick thought on the superiority of group strategy to individual strategy. So one Sunday morning, I took off with my girlfriend of the time, and I wanted to drive to Big Sur, and she just went along with me. And she was kind of half asleep, but we were driving on PCH, and it was one lane in each direction. And I pulled over to the left to pass a car, and then I didn't pull back into my lane. And my groggy, somewhat sleepy girlfriend started tapping on the desk of the car to remind me to pull into my lane instead of traveling in the oncoming lane where at any point there might be a car. And so I was oblivious that I was driving in the lane for oncoming traffic. And we all have, you know, blind spots. And if we are connected to other people, right, who care about us, they're going to be much more likely to point out that, hey, you are driving in the lane of oncoming traffic.
So you've got a kind of inverted T of three major fires there.
Right. If you're trying to decide whether you should flee or stay, right, talking to other people who you trust will help you make better decisions than just deciding on your own.
There are smaller fires in Southern California tonight. None in Orange County, where I live, work, broadcast, teach, yet. But it's a long 12 hours ahead. More than 50,000 people have had to flee their homes. Hundreds of homes have been burned to the ground. They are out of water in Pacific Palisades, where the first fire began. The water pressure has failed. There's no water. And the fires are 0% contained, which is always the worst of the conditions, I can tell you. And there's not much I can add to other than if you take a look at, if you're watching on the Salem News Channel, and it might be a good morning to do that, you'll see the Palisades, Altadena, Pasadena, and Sylmar fires. Oh, a fourth one now in Altadena. The Eaton Fire, the Pacific Palisades, they get funny names. I don't know who makes up the names, but it's a very bad morning. My phones are open, 1-800-520-1234. I did talk to my dear friend Len and Judy last night, offered to say, hey, you want me to come over and pick you up? And they were going somewhere else, and they were getting out. That's really what I wanted to know, is that they're in Mandible Canyon, and we look for that. So the infrastructure in Southern California is simply not equipped. So think East Palestine times 10, maybe times 100, and there is only bravery from the Los Angeles Fire Department, Police Department, by the reciprocal resource aid agreements that exist. So basically every firefighter who can be found in Southern California, and many from Las Vegas, have come to the scene of this disaster. And it is zombie apocalypse now. The fire started middle of the afternoon yesterday when the winds had begun to pick up. It started out as a 20-acre brush fire. No containment units are rushing to the scene. Then you begin to listen, because that's pretty close to Pacific Palisades. Pacific Palisades may be the most beautiful neighborhood in America. And I know some people love Malibu, but there are not many people living in Malibu. Malibu is one street. Malibu is just the Pacific Coast.
Okay, let's get some of the best stuff from Mark Halperin's morning show today.
What do you take from that press conference on policy or style or Trump's relationship with the media? What's one thing you take away from that you say, everybody watch for this because you saw it yesterday? Dan.
That he is going to push and push and push, and I don't think he always knows what the desired outcome is that he wants, but he's going to try to get something. So he just is going to flood the zone. He doesn't, 90% of it won't happen in totality, but he will, get something for each of the things he said.
Sean.
I don't mean to sound cliche in this, but at the end of that press conference, I sort of said, this is what America first looks like. There was this overarching theme, renaming the Gulf of Mexico, reclaiming Greenland, talking about the relationship with Canada and Mexico, bringing jobs back. Like, everything is central to this theme of America first, and it manifests itself in everything. As I made a list yesterday of everything that he was doing, it all came back to that central idea. Like, there was nothing that wasn't under that umbrella. And I agree with Dan. I mean, it's flooding the zone, but it's done so under the guidance of America should be prominent and first in the thought process. I thought the way he answered the question about Canada was excellent, right? They're our neighbor. We want to be a good neighbor, but why are we going into debt to subsidize them? And I think that epitomizes so much of what's happening now. Like, why are we the ones that have to deal with the consequences of other people? He talked about that with respect to NATO, too. It's a two-way street. You agreed to put 2% of your GDP into national defense. Why do we protect you if you don't do that, right? There was an overarching theme that I think was very telling to what, and it was much more defined than I thought in the first term. Like, everything he said, I thought went back to that one point.
You know what's interesting, though? I mean, historically, second terms of presidents are foreign policy focused because it's what they can control. He doesn't need Congress. I mean, I also saw this as kind of like, again, he's just looking for targets, right? I mean, Sean, you said reread The Art of the Deal, which I actually did for like the 5th time over the holidays. And he says oftentimes he doesn't really fully know what he wants from kind of what he's pushing for. It kind of comes to him as he's doing it. And I think all of these are soft targets that, to your point, it is America first. To Mark's point, it's good kind of TV. It sounds good. And he's going to try to figure it out as he goes along. I don't think he has an end game for any of those right now, other than getting the hostages out.
Okay, those are great answers as far as I'm concerned. I'll tell you what I took away from it. And again, there's a lot there. I've said before, I'll keep repeating it. The only thing harder than running against Donald Trump is covering him as a journalist. And if you look at the questions that were asked and the Insta coverage and then the coverage in the last 20 hours or so, the press is in a lot of trouble trying to figure out how to cover this. Even if they want to be unbiased, even if they want to be true to the mission of the media, holding all powerful interests accountable to the public interest and telling the great stories of our time, informing voters, even if they want to do those things, and citizens, even if they want to do those things, and even if they're well funded, even if they're not forced to make decisions about how to cover this administration based on money. And
so here is a non-rational perspective on money, and maybe there's something to the mystical perspective. So there's a Jewish mystical perspective that contaminated money carries with it contamination. And so was J.F. GARIEPY corrupted or contaminated by taking money from Jeffrey Epstein? I'm thinking about one synagogue in Los Angeles that got its chairs from a former porn theater. And so they cleared the cum off the chairs, but after they installed the chairs, the synagogue had nothing but surus, nothing but troubles for decades afterwards. So do chairs, do money, do physical objects sometimes carry with it a degree of spiritual contamination that then is so severe that it affects our material lives?
bandwidth. Even then, covering this guy is a bear. It is really hard to cover him and live up to the ideals and responsibilities of the media. And Donald Trump knows that. And he knows how to manipulate. And I heard yet again another story yesterday, the same stories I've been hearing for a dozen years, of someone who knows Trump well and knows Trump is very, very smart and has to deal with people all the time who say Trump's dumb. And it is so not in the service of truth to say Trump is dumb, but if you're anti-Trump and you think Trump is dumb, you are poisoning your ability to grapple with him. Because if you think you're dealing with a dumb person.
Right. So I'm not a big fan of cheap put downs and inaccurate criticisms of people, because you're simply going to be much more effective and healthy and happy in life if you accept more and more of reality and reduce the amount that you use cheap shots.
Person, you're gonna underestimate him. So I think you saw yesterday, Trump is not dumb, and although he is sloppy with his words, and although he says things that aren't true, and he says weird things and stream of consciousness, all these things that really get under the skin of anti-Trump people, there's a method to almost everything he said. And if Sean, if we put the entire transcript up, Sean could annotate every line of the press conference, and 90% of it there'd be a linear method to the words he chose. It is not as sloppy. 90% of it is not as sloppy as poor observers of Trump think. All right, either of you want to say anything else about Trump for now? Okay, good. Let's talk about Joe Biden.
I would just say, I actually look.
I knew you did.
I know. So just pretend that. But the thing that I find fascinating is this. Again, I think too many times, to your point about covering Trump, everything's covered in isolation. If we go back to the Meet the Press interview that he had with Welker, the last press conference, there is a measured change in his tone and tenor that I think will sort of, I'll be intrigued to see how if it continues up through the speech and day one of the inauguration, because I think he's coming at this term with a much greater degree of focus and understanding of legacy and getting things done. Obviously,
So when I look outside, about a third of what I can see up in the sky is a blue sky, and then 2/3 is this dark, smoggy, ash brown haze that's just hanging over the city, and air quality is just awful right now.
That's not that big of a revelation when it comes to a first term, but a second term. But I think the 4 years out of office have really helped him understand how to navigate Washington and actually achieve things. So the other thing is, I will just say that a lot of the reporting this morning, you mentioned this yesterday, Mark, but look.
Okay, the air quality right now is 414, which is just awful, right? We haven't had air quality this bad in my memory. So I've got everything shut. I've got the air conditioner running. I've got my air purifier running at the highest degree. It is filthy outside.
Look at the groups. He's talking about bringing the entire Republican Senate conference down. The governors are going to Mar-a-Lago. 3 groups have come down over the weekend. Like, he is building a.
So all 4 major network local affiliate TV channels are just live streaming and reporting 24 hours a day on these fires and doing a great job. So we can say a thank you to the mainstream media when it does good work like this.
It's like, well,
whoops, not the clip I wanted. Here we go.
Team in a way that we didn't do in 2016. And there's a degree of, we talked about the reasons yesterday, the pomp and circumstance of going to Mar-a-Lago. But he's doing it in a much more constructive way, and I think he's going to be hugely successful. I think Susie's done a phenomenal job of setting out the staff and the tenor and the and the mindset, and he has done a great job of getting all the troops in line. So I feel, very good about where he's headed into the first days of his second term.
Yeah, and I'll add, because I see it in our chat. I saw it on X, kind of in the Democratic, ecosystem up and down all day yesterday. People are like, how can you take it seriously? You don't look at every single word and every single idea kind of as like a hard actual thing. What he's trying to do, I think, is get something, additional from Canada. Can we get the minerals or a military base in Greenland? Like, I think John Fetterman, and we're going to get to him, kind of said it best yesterday, which is like, if he can do well by America, it's good for America. And I think don't look at everything he says so literally and pull your hair out, right? Step back, look at kind of on a more macro level and see, see what he can get done.
We will get to Fetterman, but I'll just say.
Ricardo has been such a great inspiration for my live streaming over the years, in large part because he knows how to push my buttons. And he's just so incredibly provocative and emotionally honest. I just feel emotionally constipated in comparison to Ricardo. So he just entered the chat. And he says, covering the fires so they can ignore more important stories that affect everyone, not just rich Angelinos. Well, there are often very important things to learn from just one story that seems narrow focused. So is there a significance in LA's lack of effectiveness at controlling these fires? Does LA's relative ineptitude with regard to these fires have something to do with the city government's promotion of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Are some people who tend to populate in certain areas, do they tend to be more resilient, make better choices than other people who tend to be more pathetic and rely on government handouts? So even if this is not the number one or even among the top 100 stories of importance to you right now, there may be things that are worth learning in this story that we can tease out that have broader application. Wall-to-wall tragedy porn. Well, it's incredibly compelling, and there's an adaptive and an optimal amount of how much of this type of news coverage you follow, right? So for some people, they'd be better off completely ignoring it. So I know a lot of highly accomplished people who essentially just ignore the news, and they do not seem to be the worse off for it. Other people are able to consume a manageable amount of news so that it does not diminish the quality of their life. And then other people are news addicts, and they are wasting their lives just consumed with news. So yeah, of course, people would overall be better off working, spending time with family and friends, learning new skills, reading books, than in general than watching the news. So I agree with that, Ricardo.
Well,
Oops, let's
say along the lines of what you just said. If you're trying to beat Donald Trump or you're trying to cover him, okay, and you're not a politician or a reporter inclined to like Trump or like what Trump stands for, it is even more important, to my mind, that you watch him and think about what he says and what he's doing, not with an eye towards mocking him or being frustrated by him or outraged, but saying, why is this working? What is he saying? And what's his style that's appealing to people? Because he just won the election.
Okay, Ricardo says, think about all the opportunities to propagandize the audience on other topics while using these fires in Los Angeles. I'm not getting a lot of propaganda from the fire coverage. I don't recall seeing any of it. I don't recall newscasters blaming global warming. I'm unaware right now of the mainstream media using these fires to push, antisocial, factually inaccurate propaganda themes.
He's more popular than the Democratic politicians, not just the ones he beat.
And I think it's a bad idea to just have knee-jerk hatred and loathing for the news media. I think a saner approach is to recognize that there are stories where the mainstream media does important work. And this strikes me as one of those stories. You don't just want bloggers and vloggers and average citizens. You don't want to just rely on them and their social media outpourings to get clarity on what's happening around you. That there's a time and a place where you will appreciate the fact-checking and the reporting excellence of people with large amount of experience in reporting.
And the things he's talking about, I'll say this again, they're not just popular with the quote-unquote.
Right. If you work for a large law firm, for example, and you run into an ethical issue, there's usually an ethical expert you can call on, right? If you've ever worked for a larger company, there's all sorts of expertise that is available to you that's not available if you're just working for some small operation. And so too with the news. There's a level of expertise and resources available to larger news organizations that provide a valuable public service.
Unquote, extreme MAGA base. The things he talked about yesterday are popular. We're working on a research project, I hope, that will come to fruition within a week or so, about how Americans feel about this Manifest Destiny 2.0. But I bet you it's more popular with the country than it is in the New York Times editorial board or in the Washington Post newsroom. We shall see.
All right. If the news media is providing compelling content so that they can sell ads and subscriptions, there's nothing about that that's dishonorable. If the compelling content is socially toxic and bad for society, then that's dishonorable. But covering these fires, I don't see that as dishonorable. There's nothing dishonorable about making a living so long as the means by which you're doing that is not bad for society. So in general, if you can stand behind what you do for a living with your real name and your face, right, the odds are that what you're doing is not socially destructive. So I know I have acquaintances on the distant right who think that virtually all white-collar work is fraud. And I think that's wrong, and I think it's a self-destructive attitude to take to work. There's nothing dishonorable about making money. There's nothing inherently dishonorable about providing compelling news coverage. And different sectors of our society have contributions to make. Every sector, every business, and every person belongs in a particular genre. Ricardo has certain strong points. Ricardo has certain weak points, right? You should rely on Ricardo if he's strong and clear and grounded in that particular area. And then in other areas, you don't want Ricardo, you don't want Luke, right? There's just so much in life where I am inept and cowardly, and you certainly don't want to turn to me in those areas.
By the way, you saw I always get a kick out of this. We talk about something for everyone who understands. We talk about the ethos of this platform.
And a challenge in the chat, is Larry Flynt honorable? I believe that Larry Flynt probably did do some good things in his life. And he also did some bad things. And I've often experienced when I was writing about the pornography industry that people who you would regard as evil often had the most clear perspectives on me, while the people who most loved me never gave me the same bracing degree of clarity. So I don't normally talk about good guys and bad guys because we all tend to be good in some things and bad in other things.
Platform, the program. Yesterday, we talked about Manifest Destiny and what was going on in the lead of playbook this morning in Politico. Manifest Destiny. I mean, just FYI, you're getting it ahead of the curve when you watch the show.
I hope so. The other thing about the show I'll say is we're not interested in the out.
And a good challenge here from Ricardo. The rabbi who owns Pornhub uses his own name, his own face. He's enriching society with the media he generates. Yeah, so using your own name and your own face isn't a perfect sign that you're doing something socially productive, but most people are not going to engage in socially destructive behavior when they're using their own name and face. Certainly exceptions, but it's usually a useful framework.
Algorithm telling us who should watch. We're interested in everybody watching. Right? That'll always be the ethos of political coverage on two ways, on whether he could have won the election, and then his view of could he have governed for 4 more years. Okay? I read the whole transcript. A bunch of stuff popped out to me because I have peculiar sensibilities. One thing is, and maybe this was already known, he revealed that his granddaughter is having a C-section on January 8th, which is today. So I think that's what it said, January 8th.
All right, Ricardo says, look at Fox News headlines. It's going to be used as an attack on Democratic California. Well, there may be some significant governing failures in Democratic California. As if governors and presidents controlled the weather. Obviously, politicians don't control the weather, but they often direct government responses to the weather. This is like criticizing George W. Bush after Katrina or Biden after Hurricane Helene. It's all BS propaganda. No, it's not all BS propaganda. There are things to learn about the inadequacies of Biden's response to Hurricane Helene and inadequacies in Trump's response to Katrina. And I suspect there will be things to learn about the inadequate government responses to these fires in California.
Might have said 11th, but I think it said the 8th. So I don't know. That seemed like an overly personal detail to share unless it was already public. The other thing is he seems to suggest that at the very end, there's a long discussion of his library. You can put up 102, please, or 103, please. There's a long discussion of his library, and he suggests that CAA, the Hollywood talent agency, might represent him in the library. I don't really know what that means, but interesting. Again, there's a bunch of little stuff like that. But as I said, the two big things.
Okay, Luke, would you attend or would you be welcome at the Pornhub Rabbi's Synagogue? Just because you're a rabbi doesn't mean you have a synagogue. Most rabbis don't have a synagogue. There are few restrictions on the term rabbi. So this particular rabbi who owns Pornhub, I suspect that his grounding in Judaism is not particularly deep, right? Anyone can call themselves an Alexander Technique teacher. Pretty much anyone can call themselves a rabbi. So if the rabbi owns Pornhub, then he's a rabbi charlatan, right? 99.999% of rabbis, along with priests and ministers, would be appalled at Pornhub.
Would he have won? It's presumptuous to say that, but I think...
Now, under certain times and circumstances, if for some strange reason this rabbi did have some synagogue affiliation, I wouldn't normally choose it as a place that I would worship God. But I can see there'd be times and circumstances where I might want to go there and talk to him or talk to the congregation or just see what's going on. But I guarantee you that this rabbi does not have a congregation.
Think yes, based on his view of the polling. And then no such confidence about serving 4 more years, I don't know. Now,
inadequacies is such a vague term. How many deaths from natural disasters is an acceptable number? It depends on the disaster and depends on the resources available to mitigate the disaster. So it is better to use vague language than to use precise language that is incorrect. So I'm going to side with vague language rather than throwing down precise criticisms when we don't have sufficient facts at our disposal. We had an entire media-fueled hysteria about police on black killings. Tell us more about how they do important work. So the news media hysteria about police being racially biased and killing a disproportionate number of black men was a terrible thing for this country. And guess what? I've done terrible things. And Ricardo, you have done terrible things. and you could make a completely accurate presentation of my life that would make me seem worse than Hitler. And you could do a completely accurate presentation of Ricardo's life that make him seem like a terrible person. And yet, I have contributions to make. Ricardo has contributions to make, even though he's done terrible things. And one journalist working in Los Angeles right now who never did any reporting on this hysteria about police killing black men, right, can make contributions. Just because a sector of your profession engaged in false and defamatory and damaging behavior does not mean that no one in your profession can ever make a contribution. But from a New Testament Christian perspective, we're all sinners. We've all sinned. The ground is level at the foot of the cross, right? It shouldn't be difficult to recognize that professions, businesses, and individuals can do terrible things and also have the potential to do great things. And if we have any sense of reality about ourselves, we recognize how much of our own behavior has been dishonorable and destructive, and yet we want to continue living, and we want other people to love us, and we also will have a natural inclination to make contributions to other people's lives, even though at times we've behaved badly.
You can take the graphic down. On the second point about whether you could serve for 4 more years, I'll tell you my view, and then Sean and then Dan. I know Joe Biden well enough to say, and if you read the totality of the answer, people are sort of outraged. Like, how dare you run for re-election when you don't think you could have necessarily made it for 4 years? He's basically just being.
I would never say don't cast stones at the media. Everybody benefits from accurate criticism. I benefit from accurate criticism. The media benefits from accurate criticism. Every LA Times reporter and NBC News reporter benefits from accurate criticism, but we should place criticism in context. And I'm for accurate criticism. I am not for demeaning and dismissing the possibility of contributions from whole sectors of our society and millions of individuals, right? Recognize the good and bad in everyone, and recognize the situations where they're more likely to do good and the situations where they're more likely to do bad. Let us pray for Anderson Cooper. He's just trying to do the right thing and comes up short like the rest of us. Yeah, Anderson Cooper does some good work, does some mediocre work, and he does some bad work. And just because he's gay doesn't mean he's incapable of doing good things. Anderson Cooper tends to be pretty fair and balanced news reporter.
Being Irish existential and saying, who knows what would happen in 4 years? Who knows what would happen to anybody in 4 years? So I don't think that part is particularly damning. That's my view. Sean.
Couple things. I will say this. There are a couple issues I had with how it was written, but I will give Susan Page from USA Today credit for probably being the most honest and straightforward. And obviously it's a little different to be able to write it now than 6 months ago, but I thought she asked some real good questions. She annotated them all. There was no, she put every literally, I mean, it looked like it was.
Okay, Stephen James has a familiar comeback. The public gets what the public wants. To an extent, there are all sorts of things that the public wants, but the cost of providing them is way too high. I think there is a large audience that would appreciate open discussion of group differences, but the price of conducting that open discussion of group differences is so high that very few thoughtful, nuanced, sophisticated people will be engaged in providing information that the public wants. So if the price of providing what the public wants is social ostracism, very few people will provide the public what it wants. So structures and incentives and power also influences what is available to people.
Literally every answer was written as it was stated, which is not what a lot of these guys do. They help him make a more coherent.
It's entirely possible that the very best dentist that you could have is gay. It's entirely possible that the very best attorney available to you is gay. It's entirely possible. I think the best therapist I ever had also had a specialty with LGBTQ, so I assumed that he was gay. And he was a great therapist. He was the one who gave me the term eroticized rage. He was the one who encouraged me into going to a particular 12-step program for sex and love addiction. So just because someone does not live up to your hero system in the area of sexual expression does not mean that they cannot make an enormous contribution to your life.
Coherent sentence when it's written. I give her credit. I mean, again, I don't think that there's a high bar to hit, but I will say that it's probably the best interview that I've seen done in the last year. Not that he gives that many. I did think it was odd that he wouldn't. He thinks he can win, but then when he equivocated, to your point about the next 4 years, I don't feel good. I mean, when you look at somebody at that age and the command demands of the job, et cetera, I have a feeling.
I love what Mark Halperin says about how by 2017 it was clear that Joe Biden should not be in public office. Right, his senility was obvious in 2017, let alone 2020, 2021, 2024.
He said, "Who knows? We'll see where I am at 86." I don't wish ill will on anybody. I don't say this in a disrespectful way, but I think we'll know the answer sooner rather than later. I don't think this is like I don't think
I agree, and I'll say again, he shouldn't have run the first time. He wasn't up to being president in 2021. Dan.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you guys. And just as I said, don't take everything Trump says literally, Mark. I agree with you. I would have a little grace with it. But look, three things. One, Joe Biden, I love him, but as a Democrat, he would have gotten annihilated, and he would have brought the party down with him. The debate against Trump in June was not the exception to his cognitive state, but more the rule. I mean, I don't believe so far they've even put an audio transcript out yet. I mean, the fact that his kind of last word he's going to give these two speeches is a press interview with Susan Page that only has a written transcript tells you all that you need to know, right? Trump got more eyeballs.
He might do a TV interview.
Oh, okay. Maybe he will, but so far, and in the last 4 years, he very rarely went on camera, very rarely did public events. And I think, the other part of it is, and this is consistent with the last few months, is his explanation, that this is really a filter problem, that the media doesn't filter out what's true and what's not anymore. I mean, I would argue that the mainstream media did act as a filter for him. The problem was voters didn't buy it. I mean, whether it's Afghanistan or inflation or immigration or the woke issues, if you read the New York Times or watch, MSNBC or CNN or read Bloomberg, it mostly reported what Biden would want you to hear. The problem was voters had.
Right. The higher your homeless population, right, the higher your odds of awful things like these fires happening, the higher your illegal alien population, the greater your odds of these kind of socially destructive events occurring. The more cohesive, coherent, and trusting your community, right, the more you are equipped to reduce the damage that comes from these challenges. And most people in Los Angeles County don't really speak much English. And I remember when Antonio Villaraigosa was the mayor of Los Angeles, he spoke one Friday night at Temple Sinai in Westwood, and he encouraged us to go out and speak to someone who doesn't speak our language. Not easy to do. Right? I dated a woman who didn't speak English, but it's not usually a good way to go.
Had their own real life experiences to turn on. And so it just made me shake my head. I alternate between sadness and anger when I read stuff like this.
Yeah. I mean, they had their real life experiences in all those substantive areas, but also regarding his ability to do the job. And,
totally.
And yet, up until the CNN debate, when the press decided to drop the conspiracy for a couple of weeks to drive him off the ticket, I think he was still arguably right because his view was, if I step down, Kamala Harris will be the nominee and she can't win. And if somehow she weren't the nominee, none of these other people could win. So I think it's actually true, arguably at least, that the day before the debate, he was the Democrats' best chance of holding the White House as an incumbent protected by the media and by Democrats who were lying about his.
So if there are people that you care about in LA, reach out to them. That was something that I took away from the Tucker Carlson interview with Billy Bush. When someone's down, when someone's lost a job, reach out. I've started doing that more. I am not the most nurturing person you'll ever know. I lack many social graces. I'm kind of awkward in many of these things, but increasingly over the past year, I reach out to people when they're suffering some challenge. And I was awkwardly doing that last night and this morning. It doesn't hurt to send a text to inquire if someone's okay.
Condition. But I continue to say, I've known the vice president a long time. I like her, I have respect for her. But this notion that she couldn't win the race, She shouldn't have run. If the view of her camp, which a lot of people who support her say this was an unwinnable race, then the person who had to defend the Biden-Harris record shouldn't have run. She should have just said, I need to govern with the president the rest of the way. Let's have an open convention. There would have been a lot of risks, and I'm not sure any of those other people will win. But I'm sick of Harris defenders saying she couldn't have won because it was an unwinnable race. Don't run. If your judgment is it's an unwinnable race, don't get in. Let someone else.
Right. As a Republican, it heartens me the lack of accountability and introspection and the lack of a relationship with reality that is apparent with many of our leading Democratic Party politicians right now.
Who think they can win. Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's a cop-out of an excuse, right? We all know that. Like, the bottom line is, she wouldn't, if she truly thought that at the time, she would have made an excuse and said, you know, I can't do this or whatever.
Yeah.
But to suddenly turn around and, you know, and make this case. And by the way, her aides are making the same case that, you know, well, Carville's talking about the economy and everything else.
Yeah.
So
I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me how many of the days during the 107 she had no public schedule. I'm still waiting for one of you to give me.
Well, and the other part of this is, Mark, in your own data and the data that
I remember about 6 years after my first girlfriend, I reunited with her. And afterwards, she said to me, how many women have you been with since me? And I said, 10. And I asked her, how many men have you been with since me? And she said, 1. And then she said, those other women taught you well. You used to be really awkward. So there tends to be a through line in how we live. And so if you're awkward in bed, you're probably awkward in a lot of other areas of social interaction, and how you relate and how you date and how you make love, right? It also filters through into not just the rest of your life, but into your more long-term relationships, right? If you are an adult and mature in how you date, you're more likely to have long-lasting relationships. And if you're as awkward and volatile as I was, right, it makes it much more difficult to attach for a long time.
Public out there does not support the idea it wasn't winnable. There was that 5 to 10% middle of the electorate was open to her. They up until like late September, they kept telling pollsters and focus group conductors, we are open to her. She just never filled in the blanks, or what she did fill in was so blah.
And it's laughable to say it's unwinnable when it was so close. Yep. Anyway, all right, quickly, John Fetterman. As we search around for green shoots in the Democrats trying to understand how do we come back, John Fetterman, stands out almost daily for a lot of things he does: authenticity, willing to criticize his own party.
I didn't expect this. Right, I didn't expect that John Fetterman would become the voice of sanity in the Democratic Party.
Willing to talk about controversial things in a way where he's comfortable. He's turned into, whether you like him or not, and some people on the left don't like him, just as a case study of a guy who barely got elected, had his health issues, and
so this Mark Halperin show, it is a good normie show, and it makes it easier to relate to other people and navigate reality if you watch some normie content, not just some edgelord content, right? If you are better equipped to understand how other people are experiencing reality, right, you will be more sophisticated and smooth with how you relate to them.
And is now a singular presence for the Democratic Party. Here he is on Fox News last night talking about Trump flirtation with Greenland. 106, please.
There's a lot of talk about Greenland, for example. Now, and I know there's a lot of freakouts, and of course I would never support taking it by force. But I do think it's a responsible conversation if they were open to acquiring it, and whether just buying it outright. I mean, if anyone think that's bonkers, it's like, well, remember the Louisiana Purchase? Oh, I think Alaska was a great deal too. $50 million, I think it was. It was referred to as Seward's Folly, and now that was Alaska now. So I mean, open to having all kinds of conversations as well. And now I don't think it's not helpful to freak out, but some things might work out, some may not, but that's part of an ongoing dialogue. But he hasn't even taken office in 2 weeks, and we really need to pace ourselves if we're going to freak out over every last tweet or every last conversation or press conference.
Oof. All right, one more thing, guys, before you guys weigh in on it. There's so much embedded in that about just how unusual his performance is, and he's talking like a normal person. So yesterday, the House passed the Laken Riley Act, related to dealing with people in the country illegally who are accused of crimes. It got about several dozen Democratic House members
48.
voted for it. 48, so that's several dozen. 4 dozen by my math. Here is John Fetterman again on Fox last night talking about whether Democrats should and could support the Lincoln-Riley Act in the Senate. 104, please.
And now, if you're here illegally and you're committing crimes and those things, I don't know why anybody thinks that it's controversial that they all need to go.
Do you think that this was one of, if not the biggest issue for this election?
Well, I think if we can't, there's 47 of us in the Senate, and if we can't pull up with 7 votes, if we can't get at least 7 out of 47, and if we can't, then that's the reason why we lost.
Ruben Gallega this morning at 7 a.m. tweeted, the new senator from Arizona, "Not only am I voting yes on the Lincoln-Riley Act, I'm co-sponsoring the bill. Arizonans know better than most the real consequences of today's border crisis, et cetera, et cetera." Sean, you noticed that one Democratic House member who voted no has a much different perspective. Go ahead and put up the graphic while Sean explains, and then talk about
Yeah, so Sean Casten, Democrat from Illinois. And this is one of the things I thought was odd, but he put it out under his personal Twitter account, not his congressional account. And if you actually go to it, it says official tweets and whatever are under @Rep Casten. I'm like, well, explaining a bill to me seems like a pretty official act. But it's, which makes me wonder why he's putting it out under his personal thing, unless he has a political issue. But he explains this by basically saying, well, if you're in the country, it's a 9-thread or 9-tweet thread, so you've got to read all 9. But the bottom line is he basically makes the case that, well, existing law makes it, deals with people who are in the country illegally, so therefore this bill is duplicative, which seems to me that, okay, well then, number one, for all the times that you bring up gun issues and want additional gun issues, I would argue, well, existing law makes whatever that crime is illegal to begin with. Why do we need more laws? So your argument falls flat initially. And secondly, the idea that you're defending people who are in the country illegally who then commit another crime, I'm actually blown away. And I think John Fetterman, the scary part is that he's actually just speaking common sense. And yet we're having to, explain this. If you can be all for immigration and helping the poor and all sorts of things, but to say that we're going to defend people who come into the country illegally and then commit another crime against an American citizen, the number one job of any elected official at any level of government is to protect its people. And the idea that Democrats, I actually can't believe that this is the hill to die on, right? This is one of those ones where just pass it and go. I will be interested to see what the administration, there's what they normally put out called a SAP, a Statement of Administration Policy. The administration has yet to put one out on this bill, but I'll be interested to see what Biden says about this, because I don't know why, if your only premise is that it's duplicative, which is ridiculous, then just vote for it and say, fine, then we'll double down on making sure that we protect the American people. But I think Fetterman speaks common sense more than anything else, and Casten defending this is silly.
Dan, if you were speaking to like a graduate school seminar on political science and asked to explain why is Fetterman distinctive, how would you describe it?
Sure, he's very comfortable speaking. He's plain spoken, and he seems to always ask, "What would my constituents think of this?" Like that is his orientation. So to Sean's point, okay, if people are here illegally and they commit a crime, we should do something about it. Right? Don't just knee jerk and say there's something on the books and like it's somebody else's fault. Like, let's take action. My constituents will support this. If it's Greenland, rather than just saying like, oh my God, this is crazy, like it's ludicrous, you hear them. Maybe this could turn out to be something good. Maybe America could benefit from this. So he has a way of kind of just staying calm, always thinking about his constituents. And where he disagrees, he's very comfortable saying, that's crazy and I'm not going to do this, right? So he has kind of an authenticity and a trust, because he is not knee jerk with just the party line. But, Pennsylvania is a swing state. He reflects it well. And I think, more people should model after him.
Dan, the one thing I'll say that I'll tweak on this is that it's not just that he's trying to reflect his constituents. It's something that we've talked about before. You brought this up with AOC a few times. There's a degree of authenticity. When Fetterman speaks, he doesn't look like.
So I grew up the son of a rhetorician. My father was a skilled preacher, in part because he did a PhD in rhetoric. And I have an above average verbal IQ. I value beautiful writing, and I am vulnerable to seductive ideas. I am an intellectual gigolo. I fall in love with seemingly every beautiful idea that comes along, but ultimately stay loyal to none. And out of my life experience, I've developed this real animus to beautiful sounding language and ideas that is empty, if not false or socially destructive. And so I've got an animus towards people like Barack Obama, who speak in a beautiful way, but the substance is empty. And I've got an animus towards people like Adam Curtis, the British documentary filmmaker, who says a whole bunch of things that sound profound, but just disappear upon examination. So Adam Curtis released a 2010 film, Richard Nixon, Paranoia and Moral Panics. And in this film, Adam Curtis declared his emotional history a universal one. And this is from the New York Review of Books, a left-wing review of books that still has many interesting articles. This is a film about how all of us have become Richard Nixon. Right? A provocative, pseudo-profound thing to say, but completely lacking in substance. Just like him, we have all become paranoid weirdos. Speak for yourself. I mean, poor Ricardo's been poisoned, but some of us strive for clarity. It's a story of how television and newspapers did this and how it has paralyzed the ability of politics to transform the world for the better. But then in the 1990s, the journalists became even more like Richard Nixon. Like him, they started to see hidden enemies everywhere. So Adam Curtis asserts he is a journalist. He is the narrator of his own films, and he feels compelled to dismiss journalists. But his points are just pure paranoid fragmentation. Right? For Curtis, all human behavior becomes a monochromatic cloud of intention that can be tracked like a flight. And we're simply not that obvious. Distinct forces play against distinct forces without the complications of chance or the constraints of specific details. One scientific blunder becomes the failure of science itself. One overeager journalist becomes the field itself. Eras and cohorts and ideas are smooth circles rounded off by the totalizing buff of power's sneaky omnipotence. Well, the most powerful people find themselves frequently in situations where they don't have that much power. Right? Presidents of the United States are often constrained by the reality of a challenging situation. Notice how many times Adam Curtis uses the words nothing and everything in all of his work. To me, it's a sign of pseudo-profundity, anyone who respects Adam Curtis's work. Very little reporting can stand up to those kindergarten words. That's true. Right? People who are continually making pronouncements about public issues and using the words nothing and everything, they are rarely grounded in reality. Right? By choosing categories that don't exist. Right? Can you name an actual everything or an event that does not admit to exception? Adam Curtis is making clear that reality, reporting, empirical facts mean little to him. Now, the appeal of conspiracizing for Adam Curtis and his followers is this unverifiable fog, this woolen hug of futility. If nothing can be done, inactivity looks like the way to go. So conspiracism is the enemy of effective action. All right? If a group takes action, it can count its wins and losses after the day, but the conspiracist hangs back and just cynically tells a story why it never would have worked out anyway. So Adam Curtis and his cohorts love the idea of a grand story that never needs to be revised or reported out. The darkest and largest forces always win. They have already won. And Adam Curtis comes along to simply confirm the bad news. So I got quite a bit of animus to this perspective.
Like he's faking it, or that he's, the people of, I mean, I cannot stand when a politician goes, the people of my district, like somehow they're special. I mean, like you either believe something or you don't. And Fetterman speaks with a level of authenticity and conviction that's real. You don't have to agree with him on everything. But when he speaks, I think this is a guy who actually believes what he's saying. He's not looking down at his notes going, what was I supposed to say on question 4? Yep. And that matters. And that's why I think as AOC resonates with a lot of people, that's why I think Bernie Sanders resonates with a lot of people. That's why I think Trump resonates with a lot of people.
Could you guys imagine him voting for the reconciliation bill?
Him, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Me also. I think he could be a huge wild card because both parties do this. You get one vote from the other party and you call it a bipartisan bill. Yeah. And I think, he'll vote, as he said, he's going to vote for confirmation for people who maybe no other Democrat won't. Dan, if you're Chuck Schumer, how do you view the presence of John Fetterman in the caucus?
It's helpful and it's not helpful. I think it allows you to establish an end of the spectrum and go to the progressive base and say, hey, look, like John Fetterman's from Pennsylvania. He's popular. He's got a good following.
Right. Have you ever been the star of your community or the most excellent in one sector of life, and then someone comes along who does what you do even better than you do? And are you able to react with admiration, or do you just hate the person who excels you? Right. A healthy way to live life is to have respect and admiration for people who are excellent, especially when they are more excellent than you are. So back to David Samuel's essay in Tablet magazine, Rapid Onset Political Enlightenment. So David Samuel has a long, proud journalistic history, but he doesn't seem to bother anymore providing evidence for his assertions. He's a bit like Z-Man, where you'll just get unsupported assertion after unsupported assertion. It's a bit like Adam Curtis. And I know I do the same thing too. So I hope I do better in the future with providing more logical and empirical bases for my assertions about reality. I admire the clarity of people like Steve Saylor and Charles Murray. To me, they do excellent work in providing a basis for their assertions. So Steve Saylor is about the clearest writer of which I'm aware. So here's one little post that he put on his Substack. Who controls the narrative? Elon Musk versus the New York Times. Number of mentions in the New York Times of Emmett Till versus grooming gangs, right? And the Emmett Till mentions are in blue, and the grooming gang mentions are in red, right? So the New York Times has basically 100 times as much interest in the late Emmett Till, who was murdered about 70 years ago, as opposed to Pakistani grooming gangs who ruined the lives of thousands of people in Britain over the past 30 years. Why is Elon Musk mentioning the grooming gang scandals that plagued Britain so badly a decade ago? Why isn't Elon Musk talking instead about Emmett Till?
Like, we can't just attack him. We can't just kind of speak to the base. I think he's a headache for the opposite reason, which is he is going to constantly say, time out, let me wait, let me hear this. He's rarely going to be the bomb thrower. And sometimes you need to have the bomb throwers in your party. You need them for their energy and their passion.
Dan, I totally agree. The only thing I slightly disagree with you on, it's pronounced popular.
What did I say?
Not popular.
Oh.
Just, that's a little joke. It's a little joke that Mary gets. I see her smiling.
So the Democrats will never know who that might have been. And then thirdly, there was some brain trust, it seems, that was behind putting all of the lawfare together. And if nothing else, to me, it seems like it backfired. If nothing else, it basically ensured that Trump got the nomination because it had the effect of sidelining some strong competitors. So here we are looking at...
Right, you might look at beautiful weather girls on TV and think, wow, they really got it made. But some of them have worked hard for their positions. Some of them have graduate degrees in related fields. And then think about the enormous amount of abuse and just nasty personal comments that they have to put up with. And by the way, in honor of that hairdresser who is suing Fox Sports and alleges that Skip Bayless offered her $1.5 million to have sex with him, I trimmed the sides of my own hair today, and I did a really bad job, man. So all hail the skilled hairdressers. And 40, you didn't really take care of yourself when you went at your hair with those blunt scissors today.
Trump 2.0. But so my question is, did the powers that be in the Democratic Party just outsmart themselves by trying to manage this process over the last 8 years?
Brilliant question. Dan.
Yeah, I think in 2020, Joe Biden won the nomination. I mean, if you actually go back in late 2019, it was Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders who were ascendant. In fact, it's what knocked Harris out because Harris couldn't answer the Medicare for All question.
The Schadenfreude factor of Malibu mansions going up in smoke cannot be matched. So I don't feel that at all. I don't, to the best of my knowledge, possess animus towards the rich and successful. I don't begrudge anyone living in Malibu or Pacific Palisades. And I don't think I share any of that Schadenfreude. So maybe I'm fooling myself, but yeah, I don't rejoice at the problems and struggles and tragedies of people who are more successful than me. I don't think so. Now, one of the things I love about America is that there tends to be far more respect for the rich and successful, and far more using them for inspiration to improve the quality of one's own life than pretty much every other society in the world. So I am not a big fan of social class divisions. I'm not a big fan of hating people just on the basis of their wealth or success or where they live. And I think that's good for us. We're all Americans. We're in it together. I think that's a healthier attitude. But before we can reach the moral high ground, right, it's more important to be truthful and accurate. And if one's feeling schadenfreude, that's the reality. That's the truth. That's your lived experience. And good on you for keeping it real.
That was raging within the party. And Biden, if you recall, lost Iowa, lost New Hampshire, was really almost about to be done. And then Jim Clyburn endorsed him. He wins South Carolina, and off he goes. So, Biden did earn the nomination, although it was kind of in a classic, like, falling into it a little bit fashion. I think in 2024, you are correct. All
right. Sean Davis of The Federalist is a savage online. And so he tweets on X, no water storage, no forest management, not enough firefighters, and these morons are out here pretending the real problem is not enough carbon credits were given to the fire guards. Savage.
The party kind of closed its eyes, knew what was really going on, and just thought maybe they could just push this through. And frankly, I think they thought Trump would lose it more than Biden would win it. And to your point, lawfare, I think I will always wonder what would have happened in the DeSantis-Trump early stages if that lawfare had not happened and Trump and his team, to his credit, said you're with us or you're with them. And it made everybody in the party say, we're with Trump, and made them look small as a result. Well, we'll just always wonder.
Sean.
I want to pick up on one small thread that didn't get a lot of attention, but it picks off what Mary's talking about. This in one of the interviews, or at least in one of the stories that was reported, I don't think it was a direct quote, there's a lot of discussion about Biden being very upset with Merrick Garland and the speed at which he didn't go after Trump, which I think is so funny because Biden was the one who talked about the fact that he wasn't going to interfere with his Justice Department. And he's now talking, at least among his aides, about regrets with Merrick Garland because he didn't do that, right? So I think it's ironic to hear all this because Mary's talking about it backfiring. And I think the irony is that.
So have you guys heard about a pre-mortem Wall Street Journal article from a week ago? It's called a pre-mortem, and it's the most productive thing you'll do all year. Forget about making a New Year's resolution. Have you tried imagining your deathbed? My father loved death because he noticed that people listened more intently to him at funerals than on any other occasion. My father was so obsessed with death. When you'd walk around with my father, he'd sometimes point someone out and say, oh, that man will be dead in 5 years. Right, Ben Cohen writes in the Wall Street Journal, Ron Shaich likes to do the same thing around this time every year. The billionaire entrepreneur and investor goes somewhere warm for the holidays. He celebrates his birthday on December 30th. He recharges for the next year. He reflects on the past year, and then he's ready for his favorite annual ritual. What can I do in the next 3 to 5 years that I will respect looking back from my deathbed? So I don't do this, but here's what I do. I try to strengthen my own self-regard and self-respect. So I try to make choices that enable me to feel better about myself and to have more respect for myself. Most people give up on their New Year's resolutions after a few weeks. Shaich, 71 years of age, has been looking back from his deathbed for a few decades. He calls this writing a pre-mortem. It's a tradition. He escapes on vacation. He clears his mind. He takes a break from doing nothing to do the most important thing he does all year. I imagine my body old and fragile, my breathing shallow, my life energy almost extinguished. He wrote in his 2023 book, Know What Matters. I try to evoke the feelings I want to have in that moment, a sense of peace, completion, and most importantly, self-respect. Then I ask myself, what am I going to do now to ensure that when I reach that ultimate destination, I've done what I need to do? So 1 year he vowed to study Judaism and learn Hebrew. Another year he set a target of exercising 6 days a week. This year he challenged himself to develop new skills like sailing, running a 10K, and learning how to play chess. So don't wait until the end to decide if you're proud of your life. Do it before it's too late. Do it while you can still do something about it. A premortem.
They tried to pretend that they weren't in favor of pursuing this, and yet the reality that we're seeing behind the scenes is they really did want this.
You know, I wrote my newsletter this morning. The victories that Trump had in lawfare, they weren't perfect, right? He did get one conviction, but mostly they had victories. And I think a lot of people in the media and Democrats say it was because the judges were corrupt and the Supreme Court was corrupt and the Trump people used.
I was concerned that Donald Trump had incompetent lawyers, and certainly some of them seemed at times to be incompetent, and seemed like Donald Trump was choosing his legal team on the basis of the looks of the female attorneys. So this narrative here by Mark Halperin goes against that.
Unhanded legal tactics. That legal team, just from a competency point of view, did an extraordinary job. And some of them are going into the Justice Department now. Yep. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they use their newfound government power, particularly related to Jack Smith. But the other piece of that equation is I have zero doubt that there was more coordination on lawfare that has been reported. I have zero doubt of that. And I think it could be extensively more. And I think that we may see a congressional investigation about that. We may see a Justice Department investigation. Maybe we'll see someone in the media look into it. But I think that lawfare is not going to age well. And again, just from a zeros and ones results point of view, that legal team did an incredible job for Donald Trump. It cost him millions.
Right. General Kellogg is going to play a significant role in the new Trump administration.
And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China.
Get a final thought from you on all of that, General.
Yeah, well, quickly, two things. One with Panama, you know, the Land Bridge Group is a Chinese group that's actually running the Panama Canal. They've got their headquarters on the Atlantic side in Cologne, and they basically do run the canal. And the president's right about that. And when it comes to Greenland, people forget that, you know, President Andrew Johnson tried to buy Greenland when he went after Alaska as well. And at the end of World War II, you had President Truman offer $100 million to buy Greenland then. So this is not a new idea. This is actually an older idea that's come around. So when you look at what the president's doing, he's really kind of thinking out of the box. He's trying to engage, and he's putting the United States in a position of global leadership. So when you look at it historically, there's a lot of things he is saying is very, very accurate historically, and it makes a lot of sense internationally what it looks like for the future. You know, when it comes to Panama, I was an assault brigade commander during Just Cause, the invasion of Panama. We actually did take the Panama Canal back in the late 80s during Operation Just Cause, and 3 weeks later we gave it back to them. So we've taken it before. It's happened before. And I think his point about the Chinese running the canal is a good point, because over 70% of the commerce that goes through the Panama Canal is in fact American. So it is in our vital interest, in our vital national interest, that that canal stays sovereign.
General, always ask what that meeting might look like to us.
Yeah, Sandra, thanks for having me. The answer is no. I'm not going to, get in any conversation I've had with the president or any of the team out there. But I do know this, that he wants this war to end. It's carnage, and he knows it's a tough one. He said that yesterday in his press conference, but he's committed to it. And then when you look at it, I know I'm on the clock. Sort of goes back to the NFL draft days when the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. Well, I'm on the clock, and he's on the clock as well, because he wants to end it as quickly as he can. Because when you look at the damage, when you look at what's happening within Ukraine, and just the casualties alone are enormous. The Russian casualties, the Ukrainian casualties, the damage to their cities. This is a war that needs to end. And I think he can do it in the near term. I really do have a lot of confidence in his ability to actually get to a position where this war is actually over. And I think what people need to understand, he's not trying to give something to Putin or to the Russians. He's actually trying to save Ukraine and save their sovereignty. And he's going to make sure that it's equitable and that it's fair. And he said that repeatedly, both when Zelensky met him in Trump Tower and when he said it on his press conferences. So I think, I don't want to divulge anything that the president says or doesn't say, because he speaks for himself. I do not speak for him. We've had an opportunity to talk about it. and we'll have more after the 20th of January when he's officially the president, not president-elect.
All right. In the meantime, you mentioned that news conference yesterday where he said a lot. In fact, he, in this moment, blames Biden's mistakes in the negotiation for the war in Ukraine and says this.
Yeah.
A big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that. That's been like written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that. But there were a lot of mistakes made in that negotiation.
Your reaction, General?
Well, I think he's absolutely right. I think the biggest mistake that President Biden made is the fact that he's never engaged in any conversations with Putin. I mean, he hasn't talked to him in over 2 years. He needs to talk to him. That's one great thing the president does, is the president does talk to adversaries and allies alike. And he knows it's a tough one, but he actually knows you need to talk to people to get to an end state, and that's what he's going to do. So what we'll set the conditions for the president, and then he'll eventually get to a position where he'll be talking to President Putin and also President Zelensky as well. And I think they're going to come to a solvable solution in the near term. And when I say by the near term, you know, I would like to set a goal on a personal level and professional level. I would say let's set it at 100 days and move our way back and figure a way we can do this in the near term to make sure that this solution is solid, it's sustainable, and that this war ends and so that we stop the carnage. And I think that's going to be very, very important to do. It's going to be important for our national security. It's a part of our vital national interest, and it's also good for Europe as well, and the globe as well.
All right, General. Well, he did, the president-elect, get everybody talking with this moment in that press conference when he made these comments on Greenland. Listen.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time. You get rid of that artificially drawn line.
So there are certain approaches to life that are just much more effective than others. And one approach that I found has improved the quality of my life is cultivating gratitude. For example, there's this concept that it's never too late to have a happy childhood. So I can look back on many happy, healthy interactions that I had with my father. And I can think about those and re-experience those instead of thinking about the shortcomings in my relationship with my father. And if I do a live stream with an attitude of gratitude, that what a privilege, how cool is it that I get to talk to you and share my views on life, my experiences of life, what I've been reading. This is far more fun for me and far more meaningful than almost anything else. I love this. And that I can be speaking right now to someone in Pakistan or in New Zealand or someone in Japan or London or France, Norway, just all over the world. I have the opportunity to speak to people and to learn from them, to be challenged by them, to have a regular crew who show up most times that I live stream and contribute to the group discussion, and cultivating that attitude of gratitude just makes for a happier, more effective life. I'm not someone who is under a great deal of strain. I'm not someone who walks around with a big chip on my shoulder most of the time, I think. Maybe I'm deluding myself. I don't think I'm someone with a great deal of resentment or envy or jealousy. And I don't have to use, vast amounts of willpower. I don't have to rely on willpower usually to get me through the day. There are times when I use willpower, often the 30 seconds of a cold shower every morning, that requires some willpower. And for some reason, doing planks, that seems to require more willpower than almost anything else that I do. But I've learned from 12-step programs to try to relax, take it easy, and to do the inner reorganization of my soul that allows a relaxed, take it easy approach to life that works. And I know so many people who are constantly fighting themselves. And I don't think that relying on willpower is an effective strategy. So, for example, let's suppose that you can't get your work done during work hours. So you were consistently working at night and on weekends, unpaid extra hours because you don't have the discipline and the good habits to get your work done during your paid time, right? That's better than getting fired, and that's better than losing respect for yourself, but it's not a sustainable path for most people, right? I would develop a resentment if I felt like my job required me to work a whole bunch of unpaid hours. So I think what's more important is to do the deep reorganization of one's soul so that one more naturally does the things that an adult needs to do. And I found getting medicated for ADHD made it easier for me to deal appropriately and seriously with the mundane parts of life that an adult takes seriously, such as, you know, preparing your taxes, looking after your finances, being responsible. And one of the turning points for me was early on in 12-step, where I heard about the 4th step. Before I studied it, I just heard about it, where you list all your resentments. And that was a spur to me to go out and learn how to do a 4th step. And so I sat down and parked myself at a Starbucks for a few hours, and I just did vertically a list of everyone and every institution that I resented, and just poured it all out on paper. And then I worked vertically the next column. Why do I resent this person and this institution? And then I wrote which parts of my life were affected by the actions of this person or institution. So my self-esteem, my love life, my security, my financial resources, my social standing. And I saw how threats to my social standing were really big predictors that I would experience a tremendous amount of resentment against anyone who threatened my social standing, anyone who embarrassed me in front of people that I wanted to be respected by. And then there was the column, what could I have done differently, right? To what extent was I to blame for this painful interaction that led me to carry such an enormous amount of resentment? And Fred Luskin wrote a great book, Forgive for Good. And he talks about the power of letting go of resentments, letting go of the habit of writing tickets for people for your unenforceable rules. And when you let go of your resentments, you're like an air traffic controller who lets go of all sorts of, unnecessary tourists in his mind, all sorts of, unnecessary planes to land. So he only has the planes on his assignment to land, rather than carrying all these resentments with you. Just adds to the mental chatter and the burden in your life. So maybe I'm fooling myself to some degree. Maybe I walk around with a far bigger chip on my shoulder and more resentment than I experience. But I experience life as 90, 95, 99% free of conscious resentment. And that just makes everything so much easier. It makes my life more effective. I'm not out there, I think, with an enormous chip on my shoulder and just hating on people. All right, let's go to the chat. Ricardo says, why do we have to buy Greenland? Can't we just park a cruiser off the coast of the capital? Well, usually it is more effective strategy to buy something rather than to just seize it by force. If Trump is so base, then he'll invade Canada and Greenland. The use of force is not always the most effective strategy. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't. Losers pay what's available for free. No. Losers use force when there are more effective means available. Inside each Greenlander is an American dying to get out. I'm excited at the prospect of waiting for the polls to close in Panama City. The most important part of the Greenland debate is how does this affect Israel? I remember, I think I was about 20 years of age, and I listened to some comedy routine about over-the-top bar mitzvahs, and I didn't really get it because I didn't know any Jews. And then I listened to Rodney Dangerfield, I think, say, F the homeless. What have they ever done for Israel? And I had an involuntary laugh, but I didn't really understand Jewish culture and widespread Jewish commitment to Israel. Canada is an untapped source of Indian labor. Okay, a little bit more from Mark Halperin show this morning.
But did an incredible job. And by the way, he's now in this term unburdened by that, at least so far in terms of investigations. And the Democrats have a real credibility problem, not just with the MAGA base, but with a lot of Americans because of what was done. That's my view on lawfare. All right, Mary, how'd you find two-way?
I think I probably found you the same way a lot of people did, through Megyn Kelly. Through Megyn Kelly, I found Ruthless, and I found you guys. I started watching maybe in early October, and my husband sort of wonders why I disappear for an hour every morning.
Do you think Trump is about Canada, the 51st state? I think most people think he's just trolling Justin Trudeau, which he probably is, and Justin's taking the bait in his tweet, there's no more, there's no most chance in hell. I live in Montreal in the summer, and a lot of my Canadian friends would love to be the 51st state. There's a poll, I put it on the chat last night, 90% of Canadians would love to be the 51st state. How many Americans think would love to be the 14th province of Canada? Nobody. I can't imagine anybody saying that. So probably it's not going to happen, but this certainly, I mean, given Trudeau's popularity in Quebec, Legault, who is a very nationalist French-Canadian kind of guy, is not very popular either because he's so anti-business. A lot of people would love it. I'm just curious what your and Dan's and Sean's point of view on it. Is it just trolling? It's just.
I love strong women, right? The Fox News legal reporter, Carrie Urban, she seems like a strong woman. Tammy Bruce seems like a strong woman. I remember when I went to a Tammy Bruce speech about 20 years ago, and afterwards I wrote on my blog that Tammy Bruce was so strong that I just wanted to rest my head on her shoulder and cry. And she wrote me an email after that, thanking me. So I guess not every guy fetishizes strong women in power outfits, but hey, we all have our weaknesses.
Some seriousness behind it.
Sean,
love the platform.
I'll lead with this. I think Greenland is serious. I think Dan mentioned this earlier. I think Canada is about getting a better deal. I don't know politically that I'd want Canada as the 51st state, because I think that net. I'm not really sure that would help us politically. So I mean, it's interesting though. That being said, Kevin O'Leary the other day, the Shark Tank businessman, was talking about different theories that potentially Canada could get on the US dollar. There could be, I think that there are some potential relationship strengthening things that could occur, but I don't know that there's ever, that it's anything more than bluster and teasing Trudeau when it comes to actually becoming the 51st state.
Dan.
I think it's two things. I think one, he wants Canada to take some action on the border that Trump can say, they did this because of me. It is more secure now because of me. And I think there will be some economic concessions that Canada will make, whether it's with, lumber or.
When I see an attractive woman in a tight outfit, one of the first places I look is the belly. Do they have a belly? I don't like a big belly on women, but I don't like them skinny either. I thought it was important that I share this.
Or something that, again, he will say to Sean's kind of overarching, make America great again narrative. I improve the economic fortunes of Americans because Canada has agreed to do A, B, through whatever Z. I don't think it will become another state.
So there's trade, as my colleagues have said. There's trade, there's the border, there's defense spending. There's also access to use Canada for American military and intelligence operations. I think it's clear there's a premium being put on geographically trying to check both China and Russia. And again, just like the Panama Canal, just like Greenland, Canada's hugely, geographically important piece of land. So Trump's posture always is what's mine is mine and what yours we'll negotiate over. And this is not weakening the America's hand versus Canada. It's strengthening America's hand versus Canada. And as you know, Douglas, Canadians, not all of them, but Canadians really love the United States. They're really invested in the United States. They're really interested, and they.
All right, here's an interesting post. Most people lead lives of quiet desperation with someone they don't even like. but they can't opt out. That's the way it's been through most of history. Now people have a choice, and so people increasingly choose to be alone, which is even worse. Well, I would definitely prefer to be alone than with someone who I don't like. Everyone wants to be witnessed by someone, right? And so probably a lot of my production online is because I have a psychological need to be witnessed by someone, and there's probably some correlation between the better things are for me in the real world with real people, the less time I spend posting online. But everyone wants to be witnessed by someone. Everyone wants another person to validate their experiences and make them real. Hence the addiction to social media, the endless performance for strangers online, the oversharing, the narrating, the minutia of your existence to people you have never met. Ouch.
I think Barack Obama, if he was Canadian, could be made premier for life. They love Barack Obama in Canada. Trump's not very popular in Canada, and I'm sure that bothers him. And I'm sure he's trying to figure out, in part, how to leverage this so Canadians like him more. Sean, what do you want to say about that?
I think that, again, this gets back to trolling versus the political reality of actually wanting Canada as a state or territory. I'm not sure that we want it. I think he just loves to tease it, and for some of the aforementioned reasons that you stated.
Well, there's a Trump-like person who likes.
The reason that Republicans don't want Canada is because Republicans have good reason to believe that most Canadians will not vote Republican. So it's for highly partisan reasons.
To be the next leader, and Pierre Poilievre. I'm sure that pronouncing his name right. The Alberta premier, who is even more Trump than Trump. So, we'll see how this goes.
That video of him eating an apple talking to the reporter is one of my favorites.
It's good. Paul, if you can find that video, I'd love to show it to people. It's very compelling. So maybe we'll show that. Douglas, thank you very much. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it.
Hey, Mark, if I can just one thing that didn't hasn't been touched on yet, and I'd be remiss if we didn't mention it. From the press conference yesterday is I thought the way that the president put the hostages, the American hostages that are still being held in Gaza, forefront.
Okay, so is this bloke the next Prime Minister of Canada?
Topic. I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly.
Populism isn't primarily about appealing to people's emotions, all right? Populism is about the notion of a nation as a united people pursuing the group interests of that people.
Certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that, right wing. I mean, it's that type of ideological thing.
I never really talk about left or right.
Anyways, I don't
really believe in that.
Okay, a lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but
like who?
I don't know who, but
well, you're the one who asked the question, so you must know somebody.
Okay, I'm sure there's some out there, but anyways, the point of this question is, I mean, why should Canadians trust you with their vote, given not just the sort of ideological inclination in terms of taking the page out of Donald Trump's book, but
what are you
also
talking about? What page? What page? Can you give me a page? Give me the page. You keep saying
in terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this. I mean, you make quite a it's quite a play that you make on it. So I'm
not
just
sure.
wondering.
I don't know what your question is.
Then forget that. Why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense. Okay. Common sense for a change. We're going to make common sense common in this country. We don't have any common sense in the current government. The guy prints $600 billion, grows our money supply by 32% in 3 years. That's growing the money 8 times faster than the economy. No wonder we have the worst inflation in 4 decades. I'm going to cap spending, cut waste, so that we can balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates. You'll want to be able to pay your mortgage again? You want to be able to afford rent? Then you have to vote for Pierre Poilievre, because I'm the only one with a common sense plan that will bring back the buying power of your paycheck.
That guy is awesome. I love this guy. And to think he's going to be the next Canadian Prime Minister.
Well, I wouldn't have had to do that in this case. The reason that we have these strikes is because of inflation. We had last year the largest number of days lost to strike since 19.
This guy is a boss, right? There's naturally a part of us that respects strength.
1986. What do we have in 1986? Inflation. Inflation leads to strikes because workers and unions have to fight to get back what they lost in purchasing power. Well, how did the inflation happen? The government doubled the debt. Justin Trudeau printed $700 billion of cash. He increased the money supply by 40%, while the real economy grew by 4%. When you add money 10 times faster than you add the stuff that money buys, then you get inflation. And that screws over workers because they live off wages. If you're a billionaire, like the people Trudeau vacations with, then you don't have to worry about inflation because your assets are inflation proof or even inflation positive. You get richer. It's a transfer of wealth from the have-nots to the have-yachts. And you know what? It's ironic. It's all done with Jagmeet Singh's support. He can huff and puff all he wants, but he supported the inflationary policies that destroyed the wages of working class people. And he supports what Justin Trudeau did on the rail strike. Do you know how we know? Do you know how we know that? Do you know how we know that? No. Do you know how we know that Jagmeet supports it? Because he's still in a coalition with them. And if Jagmeet didn't support it, he would respond to my letter this afternoon and say he's pulling out of the costly coalition and he's going to vote to bring down Trudeau and cause a carbon tax election. And that's what I'm calling for him to do today. Jagmeet Singh, stop selling out the workers. Stop being sellout Singh. Put the people ahead of your pension. Vote for a carbon tax election now.
The NDP contraceptive gratuite et l'insuline presque gratuite. Pilule, insuline, est-ce que vous allez garder ces programmes en place?
Would you keep those programs in place? Yes or no?
À ce que je sache, ces programmes n'existent pas
As far as I know,
encore.
those programs don't exist.
Ils font des promesses.
They make promises.
Excusez-moi, monsieur, est-ce que je peux
It does
répondre?
exist. Answer? Excuse me, sir. May I answer?
Vous allez voir la plateforme électorale que
You're
je
going
vais
to see the
déposer,
election platform that
dès
I
les
will
élections.
put forward
Pour
as soon as there
l'instant,
is an
on a des
election.
promesses.
But for the time being, we have nothing.
I love this guy. Wow, he's going to be the next Canadian Prime Minister. That's awesome.
Attention and detail to these citizens that has not been paid, which I think is again a travesty. But I was very, very proud of him that he made this such a central point yesterday, and that there will be consequences if they're not released.
I have two things to say about that. First, Dan, that's proof that Sean does not watch Two-Way Tonight, because we basically said that exact thing about 24 hours ago, so thank you for that. The other thing is, I'll defend the current administration on this point. When you're in the White House, if you talk a lot about Americans held hostage, it elevates them, it makes it harder to get them out, because it makes them more valuable. So I don't think it's fair to criticize the incumbent administration for not elevating. They work on it every day. They want them out. They just tactically don't think it's a good idea to highlight them. I know it looks bad, but I think it's a cheap shot. And I'm not accusing you of engaging in a cheap shot, but for outsiders, for the president-elect to criticize it, it's just not the same. They're just not in the same position.
But you know what, though, Mark, I will like to kind of bridge you to is I think this is where Biden not being public and not out talking to the press and giving interviews, saying this. I mean, to Sean's point, the incoming president kind of pounded the lectern, brought up his guy, is talking tough. Biden, like all we hear are leaked stories. Like, what did they leak today? We told Trump that Gaza is about to implode with a humanitarian, like that. I no doubt was leaked to counter his message on, which has been the history, the kind of like one day we're tough, one day we're unsure. And I think to Sean's point, the clarity of Trump is refreshing, I think, for a lot of people. But to Mark's point, they have Jake Sullivan has been working on this almost night and day, practically killing himself trying to solve.
All right, Sean's pretending he can't hear us.
I can hear you.
Okay. All right.
I don't necessarily fully agree. I'll leave that.
Apple Watch? Is that an Apple Watch?
No. I watched on replay the press conference yesterday. Any significance to the New York Times, David Sanger getting the first question? I think he did. Maybe he did. I could have missed that. But I thought that might be significant because he doesn't seem to care anymore. Yet he goes right at the New York Times, and not just the New York Times, but maybe their one of their most
So I'll go first. I'll go first because I've been thinking a lot about this. So last night on Two Way Tonight, we talked about, John Podhoretz and I took the position that Trump cares far less about the establishment media, the dominant media, than he used to. And I think that's unambiguously true. He sees that he doesn't need them as much. He also knows that he's unlikely to have their enduring love, and therefore it's a fool's errand to try to court them. But I have very little doubt that he likes the prestige. David Sanger is literally one of the few fully respectable reporters in America. Experienced, fair, hardworking, knowledgeable, well-sourced. And so for Trump, and I saw this in 2000, the Bush campaign, a lot of people who worked in the Bush press office said to me, we're so let down because we've worked our whole lives to be in senior position in a top presidential campaign, and the reporters covering us know nothing. They don't know what happened in the '96 campaign. They're just completely ignorant. They didn't cover the civil rights movement. They never covered Capitol Hill. They're just these young, mostly young people thrown out here. So to be able to call.
So David Sanger may be all those wonderful things that Mark Halperin says, but he lacks clarity about how the world works, which is not a good thing when you're an international affairs correspondent. There is no correlation between the welfare of Ukraine and the welfare of Americans. Right? There's no correlation between the welfare of Gazans and the welfare of Americans. And for David Sanger, what goes on in Ukraine is of vital importance for the United States, and it's simply false, and it's pushing a narrative that's destructive, and it encourages policies that make it 100 times more likely that we'll have some kind of nuclear exchange. This intervention of supporting Ukraine, John Mearsheimer notes, is 10 times worse than our horrible 2003 invasion of Iraq. We're going to be paying the price for our support for Ukraine and the role that we played in marching NATO up to the borders of Russia. We're going to be paying a huge price for that just for endless number of years to come. And David Sanger, along with virtually all of our foreign policy elite, are just fully behind this suicidal policy. We have a Monroe Doctrine in the United States that we're not going to tolerate outside interference in our realm of the world in the Americas, and other major superpowers. Well, all superpowers are major by definition. Other superpowers have the same sort of policy. Russia has one and China has one. Well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. We don't have vital national strategic economic interests in Ukraine. We should stop fighting with Russia, stop provoking Russia, because when we do this, Russia is then provoked, inspired, and incentivized to create trouble for us all over the world. So David Sanger and our foreign policy establishment, and the Biden administration in particular, have placed this country in grave peril for no good reason by so closely aligning us with Ukraine. The Joe Biden foreign policy has been the biggest disaster of any American foreign policy in more than a century. I can't recall another American president who's had as damaging a foreign policy as the Biden administration. It's just that the Biden administration gets to dress up their foreign policy using elevated, Harvard-style language that beguiles and seduces our elites.
On David Sanger, if you're president-elect, that's a big deal for Trump, for anybody would be, compared to some of the alternatives. But at the same time, again, I don't think he cares nearly as much about what David Sanger thinks as he did 8 years ago. Sean, am I right or wrong?
I think you're pretty right. I think there's an element of the legacy media, the Time Magazine, the New York Times, 60 Minutes, et cetera.
He'll always care to some extent.
Yeah, but you saw some of the people that he called on last time, Brian Glenn from Real America's Voice, that I think he sort of wants a mix, but he wants to make sure that he maintains that level of, hey, he led with the New York Times. You can't critique him, right? I mean, that's always in the back of your head. You want to make sure there's this balance so that you can call on some of the folks.
So Stephen J. James posts in the chat, your based Canadian Conservative Party leader. And it's a link to a video where this bloke, the next Prime Minister of Canada, speaking to a crowd of Indian immigrants, he calls for a halt to the deportation of 700 international students with fake admission letters. He says that we have a demographic problem. Our population's too old. We need 700 young people. So nobody's perfect. This was obviously a ridiculous perspective for him to take. And you can always find reasons to dismiss people, right? there you can find reasons to never listen to Stephen J. James again. You can easily find reasons to never listen to Luke Ford again. You can find all sorts of reasons to dismiss Elon Musk, Donald Trump. Nobody will ever be purely good. Right? Everybody who you potentially admire will have said and done ridiculous things. Right? People are flawed. And this instinct to just dismiss and demean people because they're wrong about some things is not productive. Accurate criticism, wonderful thing. Let's have some perspective compared to the alternatives. Is this guy a likely superior Prime Minister of Canada when compared to Justin Trudeau and whoever the Liberal Party puts up? Yeah, I suspect he is.
Folks that are probably more predisposed to your side, but you want to make sure that you do that. And so, you know, we'll see, but I wouldn't read too much into it. But I do think that it portends well for the legacy media in the sense that they need to, like, if I were worried, if I were at the New York Times or the Washington Post and worried, am I going to get shut?
Right. So there is some applause and some recognition, desire that is healthy, but excessive desire for applause and recognition is unhealthy. Right. In general, it's a pretty good strategy in life to want people to like and respect and even love you. But if this operates at, say, a 3 or a 4 out of 10 in your life, that's probably a healthy number. But if this desire to be loved is operating at a 7 out of 10 or even more intense, then that's obviously a maladaptive strategy.
Shut it out. It's obvious that that's clearly not the tactic.
Yeah, at least not yet. Dan?
I think he'll always want the approval of the New York Times and Maggie Haberman and David Sanger. But I think, to your point, Sean, he's got more leverage now. And
right. So Stephen J. James says, never meet your heroes. The alternative is to recognize that your heroes are heroic in only certain sectors of life. So if you take the situationist perspective and recognize that people tend to behave differently in different situations, you can meet your heroes and you can become acquainted with people that you admire and come to know their flaws. And then you can keep admiring them for the good things that they do. And you keep it in balance with the bad things that they do. Right? Stephen J. James, you can meet me, mate. You can meet me for coffee and you can learn even more about my foibles. Perhaps I haven't shared enough of myself on these live streams. And you can go, 40, he's got some clarity in this area. He's totally off his rocker in that area. He's a weak, sniveling coward in this area. He's brave here. He's an idiot there. He's good on this. He's terrible on that.
And I think is going to try to bring them to him versus him always going to them.
Right.
He was also very dismissive. Like, I think Sanger's question was,
okay, everyone wants a Dennis Prager update. Does Dennis Prager have a home in Malibu? No. Dennis Prager lives near Glendale. And the latest that I heard, he's still not able to speak. And he's still pretty much paralyzed from the neck down.
can you guarantee the world that you will not use military force against Panama or Greenland? And I thought Trump looked at him kind of like, what are you even asking? Of course not.
Yeah.
Well, he did that in the first one, Rick, too. Yeah. I thought his tactic, and he answered the question about Syria. We talked about, I'm not going to discuss this. Why would anyone? I mean, he answered things, and he didn't always do that during the first term. There's a level of seriousness that I think has come into his responses that's excellent.
Yeah, Rick, thank you. Great question. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. You won't hear such a detailed conversation about the psycho relationship between Donald Trump and David Sanger anywhere else. That's a two-way exclusive. All right, Sam, welcome in. Tell folks who don't know where you are, what's on your mind, please, after you unmute.
You're good. Okay. Yes, something screwy with the X algorithm. I just put Dennis Prager into the search function on X with quotes, and the first 50 results that come up are my posts and videos that talk about Dennis Prager. It's not what I need, guys.
Ma'am, you're good.
I'm from Arizona, and actually that's part of why I wanted to get your guys' opinion. I just wonder, when they talk about, when they talk about like primarying people, and I see what, like groups like Charlie Kirk's group and things like that, and I see, they talk about, well, I'm going to, we'll primary you if you don't vote the way you want, and yet for everything that Charlie Kirk did during, you know, getting Trump elected. I see what's happened to Arizona, and I only bring it up because it's a, you know, it's a swing state, so maybe there's a little interest. And I'm just curious. I mean, it almost seems like they prefer to have, you know, to lose a rhino.
So it used to be that people would denigrate and mock me for having an overly intense veneration of Dennis Prager, and they were right. I hero worship Dennis Prager as a manifestation of my narcissism of trying to attach myself to someone, you know, much stronger and more successful than myself, and to try to get a sense of self-worth through, you know, creepily trying to connect with a powerful media figure. And that intensity of attachment would come through in how I would speak. And that's kind of embarrassing. In fact, in 2010, talking to a friend while I was walking around the Loma Linda University campus, we chanced on talking about Dennis Prager. And my friend said that Dennis Prager was a much more thoughtful public speaker than he expected from listening to his radio show, where he just seemed like such a partisan right-wing hack. And I burst out with the most ridiculous thing. I said, I wish Dennis Prager was president. And then I said, I wish Dennis Prager ran the universe. I'd like to think that I've grown up since then. And perhaps if I've made some progress with my narcissism, perhaps I have. Please, God.
So to speak, and to have, you know, a Democrat get elected than to have, you know, like some of the other Republicans that have been elected before. So I wonder, like, the mess that has been made in Arizona politics, you know, knowing that like Carrie Lake wouldn't, I mean, you know, going for two different, having two different elected offices, everybody knew she was going to lose. And I have to laugh when like Ruben Gallego goes on and talks about how he got elected as a Democrat and this, you know, everybody.
I didn't think I was poisoned by my veneration and hero worship of Dennis Prager. There was part of me that was sane enough to recognize that if I had this overwhelming psychological need for a hero, to place that admiration on Dennis Prager was a better choice than most, because Prager's a fairly moderate, commonsensical guy. And so given that I had this overwhelming psychological need to worship someone, I think Dennis Prager was a pretty good choice. And I'd like to think that I've grown out of that psychological need over the last 10 years.
Everybody knows why he got elected, because nobody won. So I'm just curious, like, do they really think that it's better?
So I think the NBA player Charles Barkley talked about, I don't want to be a role model. And my response is that we're all inevitably role models for other people at times, right? We never get to graduate from our ability to affect and influence others. We never get to graduate from that kind of responsibility.
Better to lose a rhino, so to speak, and get people primaried and then lose the election, because I don't really understand what their whole philosophy has been here anyway.
Dan, thank you for that, Sam. Great question. Dan.
Yeah, I think I'll take it from the Democratic side a little bit, which is that I think there are a lot of Democrats look at Arizona and they think we didn't do too much wrong.
And we got a new member of the chat, Illustrate for Life. I just sat down for lunch, thought this was a fire update channel. What is this channel about? And my summary is we're seeking moral and life lessons from LA fires and the other most important things that I've listened to in the past couple of days.
We don't need to make a lot of change because Trump is a singular candidate.
Right. So crisis is often a major stimulus for growth. I remember when I had to move, how devastating it was for me, because I confronted how meager my financial resources were and how meager my choices were. And it forced me out of my safe life. And I had to confront a very painful reality. So sometimes you lose a job and it's just devastating. And you may engage in tremendous self-recrimination, or you have to flee your home and all the things that you kind of relied on to get through life have been taken away. And so you now experience life in a whole new way, and you see all these vulnerabilities or all these different parts of life where you've failed to grow up, and how much you need other people, where you may have led a selfish and somewhat isolated life. This is my experience. And then a crisis comes along, and I realize that many of the people that I've displayed contempt towards and that I've criticized and that I've been obnoxious to, I now depend on them. I'm now reliant on them. I'm now reaching out and seeking their help and hoping that they will forgive me. So traumas like fleeing your home, or having everything that provided you with safety and comfort being taken away, having everything that you've relied on leave you. I have experienced that as a tremendous stimuli for, I hope, growing up a little bit.
And when not on a ballot, 18, 22, they think 26, we will be successful, because look at what happened when Carrie Lake was put forward and in other places where kind of crazy candidates were on the ballot, right? And so...
Yeah, how will fires affect the Alexander Technique market? So 3 types of people tend to take Alexander Technique lessons. So number 1, what the heck is the Alexander Technique? It's a way to notice how you respond to stimuli and to let go of those responses that do not serve you. And so the people who take Alexander lessons tend to either be seeking relief from pain, from maladaptive habits of tension and compression. 2, people who are seeking a higher level of performance, such as in music or in athletics or in public speaking. Or 3, people who are seeking to have personal growth, to learn more about their own habits and habitual responses to stimuli and how to let go of those responses that don't serve you. So you don't find many Alexander Technique teachers who are alcoholics and drug addicts.
They absolve themselves of anything. I think the question for Republicans...
So when you study the Alexander Technique, you get to let go of all sorts of layers of unnecessary tension and compression. And we often know ourselves by our habitual habits of tension and compression. And so when we let those habits go, we don't know who we are. And we often discover a new self. So there's one anecdote of a teenage boy who took a few Alexander Technique lessons, and then one day he says to his Alexander teacher, I feel like if I keep doing this, I will give up my desire to play football. Right? He may shift from a bloke who glories in the violence of football, and he might find more stimulation in some other pursuit. So you let go of habitual ways of responding to life that aren't serving you, and you may not know who you are, and you may go on a journey. So when I let go of all sorts of habitual responses of tension and compression, I softened, I became easier to interact with, and I became more open to going to a 12-step program, which I'd heard about for 20 years, 12-step programs for people with sex and love addiction. But it was only after I'd let go of all sorts of layers of unnecessary muscular tension and compression that I finally did something about the sex and love addiction that was poisoning my life.
Republicans is, can Trump and what he stands for and the way he conducts himself transfer to a lasting political party that can be successful? And I think Arizona is an interesting test case so far, and we'll see going forward.
Yeah, because with him having such a huge presence, like Charlie Kirk and the group, and yet, when I see what's happened with every other election, they never even talk about it. When I hear Charlie Kirk talk, he never even talks about, what's happened in Arizona. And I'm just curious, you guys have come through.
So grateful to have a new listener. Illustrate says, I'm snowed in today. I'll grab my headphones and listen while finishing chores. That's the great thing about podcasts and live streams, that you can just listen to them while engaging in other activities. It says, I live near Hurricane Helene victims, so I understand the lessons from losing it all. We were not affected personally. Disruption to habits and the opening and the freedom, combined with the anxiety about not being able to just react to life habitually, it does tend to create space from which a new self, a new, more effective way to living can emerge. But it's awkward and it's scary because you don't know who you are when you let go of all these habitual ways of operating.
Republican standpoint, do they just not care? I mean, I'm just curious what.
Yeah. Sean will be speaking over a Canadian politician eating an apple. Go ahead, Sean.
I'm just looking up the election results. I mean, look.
Okay, that's enough from that edition of Mark Halperin. This is Halperin's show from yesterday, Arvo, as we say in Australia. So they call it self-sabo. Isn't that great? Self-sabo instead of self-sabotage. I love the Australian linguistic habits of shortening things and adding E to the end. Self-sabo. You've been engaging in much self-sabo lately instead of saying self-sabotage? Or I think I'm going to grab a few tinnies and go to the beach.
Hope, what do I do about the fact that the Journal might be writing a negative piece? How are we going to, whatever. Now it's just like, whatever. Journal can write what they want. I'm not going to prison because of what the Journal writes. John.
I think very important in terms of his power and the impotence of this resistance and the media role in the resistance is what happened today with Meta and Mark Zuckerberg announcing that they were no longer going to.
So for me, a major lesson of these LA fires is how much we benefit from the mainstream media at times, right? They are an antisocial force at times when they promote an agenda that is against reality and against truth and against decency, such as hammering on about how police are just systematically racist and just recklessly shooting all sorts of unarmed black men, right? That triggered the Black Lives Matter movement, terrorism movement, and billions of dollars of destruction and disruption to the lives of billions of Americans. But on the other hand, things like 9/11 or the LA riots or these LA fires come along, and a normal person should be grateful for the good work being done right now by mainstream news reporters.
Have this panel of people. They're not going to have the world of content moderation at Facebook anymore. They were going to use the community notes model that Elon Musk innovated at Twitter. And Zuckerberg, in this statement, very much tweeted out, and sent out to the world by his new head of content, Joel Kaplan, former deputy chief of staff to George W. Bush, was the fact-checking hurt the media and hurt us. It was seen to be biased. It was seen as a partisan tool. The media are worse for it. We are worse for it. We're not doing it anymore. If the single most important social media platform on the planet Earth has ceded the ground of we are not going to be the gatekeeper between you and Donald Trump, this irresponsible, reckless, crazy person who somehow mysteriously got himself elected president in a way that we're embarrassed by, would like to see not happen again. He came out the other side of that. He lost the first election. He won, he lost the second election. He won the third. And they are crying uncle and saying not only that they're not going to do it anymore because it's probably bad for their business model and they have regulatory issues and all that, but actually saying this was bad for the media. The role that was adopted, that was taken on, was a mistake. And Bezos said it when he said they weren't going to endorse at the Washington Post, that lost 200,000 subscribers for it. Better that, probably in his view, than having those 200,000 subscribers, because that's not the model anymore. So we're in a different world with him. And also, I think tonally, though he said, you'd be stupid if you did that, and this is stupid, and Biden was terrible and all that, the lyrics weren't all that different from 8 years ago, but the music was different. He is a calmer, more commanding. I mean, the idea that he was like unsure of himself, I think he was in many ways, because he was doing things he had never done before and didn't know how to do them really. Not a person who lacks for self-assurance. But now we're just in a different universe. They came at him. You have to, if you're going to go for the king, you have to kill the king. They didn't kill the king. He is stronger than he was before. And as I say, reading as the New York Times was responding in real time during the press conference, I felt this kind of shrinkage of the Times' authority in the face of his new standing as this person with some kind of a mandate he didn't really entirely possess in 2017.
Am I right that the first question of the press conference went to David Sanger of the New York Times?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, David has great authority, and Trump
Yes,
really
he
does
does.
respect him, and his questions weren't bad, I didn't think. But even David was overmatched because of the things we just cited. All right, I want to play another clip on another topic, and it's the one John mentioned, which is a continuation of Donald Trump's position that he set down a few weeks ago, I think, saying the hostages need to be released by Election Day. At the time, I said it was a brilliant.
So I don't normally stream on weekday mornings, but this wonderful scheme I had for making money today fell through due to the fires. So that's why I'm here. I just feel very alive, challenged, excited, provoked, triggered by these fires and the absolutely horrific air quality. So I do not want to go outside, and instead I just want to share my life wisdom with you. It really helps to be as excited and passionate about as much of life as possible, something I learned from Dennis Prager. So I love making money, but when an opportunity falls through, I love live streaming, or I love reading. Or last night I was enjoying, was it the Cadillac Lawyer on Netflix, and then the power went out. So luckily I still had my phone, so I could listen to the book, The Most Powerful Court in the World, A History of the U.S. Supreme Court. But I was also inspired to go out and talk to people in real life. And so if I can get excited about talking to people in real life, if I'm excited about learning about the history of the Supreme Court, if I'm excited about college basketball, if I'm excited about understanding these fires and the government response and lack of government response to fires, if I'm excited about earning money, if I'm excited about volunteering and contributing to the community, if I'm inspired about deepening and strengthening and widening my recovery from emotional addictions, if I like exploring Los Angeles, if I am excited about getting fit, then just the more that I'm excited about, the better. It just makes it so much easier to navigate your way through life.
Move, because if they're not released, he can leverage that. He gave them a warning, and if they are released, he can take credit for it rather than Joe Biden. But play number 2, please.
Okay, I want to hear what Rick Caruso has to say, because I suspect he would have been a much more effective mayor of Los Angeles rather than our current one, Karen Bass.
Briefing, and you ran against Karen Bass for mayor of LA. There was a credit and nod to leadership at the very beginning of that briefing. I thought of you. But many are saying that it is the lack of leadership that got us to where we are today and not being able to contain these fires right now.
Well, I certainly think it's the lack of leadership that got us to a point where we couldn't mitigate the damage. I mean, you can never prevent these things. But, you know, what we were talking about earlier, the brush maintenance was a massive failure. It has been for years. Again, the water management, the fact that, you know, you had firefighters that are working their tails off and risking their lives, and their hoses are empty, and they have to stand by and watch homes burn down. This is just heartbreaking and frustrating, and you have to ask tough questions about the leadership, including the mayor. Not because I ran against her. It's just I think everybody who holds political office should be held accountable. And we need to ask her tough questions, you know, when she gets back in town.
Right, so having a chip on your shoulder is usually not ideal, but having that chip or having that resentment can sometimes be a spur to say the right thing and do the right thing. So even if he has a burn against Karen Bass for defeating him in the mayoral race, doesn't mean he can't use that resentment and burn to raise important questions.
She has not been in Los Angeles.
It's really fun when saying the right thing and doing the right thing coincides with your natural inclinations.
And I don't know when she...
All right, so if you were the mayor right now and you were dealt this, what are you doing about it? What would you be doing right now differently?
Well, I think what you got to say is, if you were the mayor a couple of years ago, what would you be doing? I wouldn't have cut the budget for the fire department like the mayor did. I would have made sure that we had the infrastructure to support the fire suppression systems. I would have made sure we would have had the brush removed in these neighborhoods that have been overgrown for decades. So it doesn't only start today. There's a lot of things you can be doing today But the big part now is going to be rebuilding, supporting these communities, supporting small businesses. I'm going to lean in heavily to do that, and we will come back. Palisades will come back. And Los Angeles is a tough city, and we're strong. But it's going to take a lot of the city resources to help. And frankly, cut through red tape so people can pull building permits and rebuild their homes quickly. Los Angeles is burdened with overregulation. And so there's hundreds of things that we can be doing.
Got it. Rick, glad to have you on today. Thank you very much for joining our coverage and staying with us through the president's remarks there. Thank you.
So I don't know what you fantasize about, but I sometimes have the fantasy of being the mayor of Los Angeles. And there's absolutely no reason to believe that I'd be any good at it. But that fantasy can just go on and on. So because I've had this lifelong awkwardness at connecting and relating to other people, I've had to shore up my sense of self against the pain of being socially marginalized with delusions of grandeur. And it is so easy for me to spend my time in maladaptive daydreaming about what I'd do if I were mayor of Los Angeles. So right now I get to take my maladaptive daydreaming and try to focus it in something that might be of a little bit of use to some people.
Before I take office.
That all hell must be paid if they don't release the hostages.
Well, do I have to define it for you? Look, all hell will break out. If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is.
So that gentleman, for those of you who didn't watch the press conference, that's Steve Witkoff, who was watching the press conference, and Donald Trump saw him and called him up on stage. He's the special negotiator for the Middle East and dealing in a not unprecedented, but quite unusual way with the current administration and the parties in the region to try to get the hostages released and to get some sort of settlement. John, you're familiar with what America and Israel's capabilities are. Incredible reporting this morning and commentary in the Wall Street Journal and elsewhere. Iran is so weak now compared to what they were. They're far from on the march. They're on the retreat out of Lebanon, through the weakening of their proxies. What could Donald Trump mean by that? What would that look like in reality?
I think it's fairly obvious what he means, even though he's saying, Hamas is going to get it. What he's saying is that he will greenlight some kind of an operation against Iran and its nuclear sites or its oil production facilities.
Okay, illustrate life. Seems like a character after my own heart. He says, I have to wonder if the fires and floods are a kind of mini Exodus story to help us remember what is really important. And it's not stuff. Well, everything that happens, we can interpret as a message from God. So in a more religious time in my life, I got up late and I did not go to my morning prayers and Talmud study at synagogue. And as a result, I did not move my car and I got a parking ticket. And so I chose to interpret that parking ticket as a message from God. And so we can allow everything around us to be a vehicle for God or for reality or for truth or wisdom to penetrate our thick skulls.
Those are the two targets inside Iran. You also have a target for the Houthis in Yemen, which the Biden administration is also striking, right? I mean, that would be a continuation of Biden policies. The United States hit sites in Yemen, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago. Yep. But I think when he says all hell will break loose in the Middle East, that is a direct message to Iran. That is.
So why do I do so much preaching? Because my father's a preacher man. Even though a large part of me is wanted to be the opposite of my father, as one girlfriend said to me 30 years ago, the more you try to be different from your father, the more you'll be like him. Or when I asked the same woman, how would you compare me with my father? She said, he's not as pompous. So I would sometimes overhear my father counseling people. He'd be counseling them in the living room, and I'd be passing through to get a glass of water. And I was always impressed by my father's counseling, even though he had 2 PhDs, even though he'd spend most of the day reading books. there was a substantial commonsensical component to my father who often gave very good advice, even though I couldn't take it because of my own psychological blocks at taking advice from my father. And so having a father who was an evangelical Christian preacher has resulted in a natural inclination in my soul to effectively mount the pulpit and preach the good news.
50,000 times more important than talking theoretically about annexing Canada, right? I mean, that is an actual world-changing thing that he is talking about maybe doing if he doesn't get his way by the 20th of January. It's not his way, by the way. We're talking about 100 people who are in tunnels being tortured, including at least 4 Americans who may or may not be dead or alive. And he's saying, you get them out, don't mistake me. And what's important here is he's on record, like, if they're not out by the 20th.
So if you're watching this, notice how much more interesting the pictures are when somebody's moving, right? A moving camera, when there's action going on the screen, is just so much more compelling.
Yeah.
He is going to look craven and weak.
Yeah.
If all hell doesn't break out in the Middle East.
Yeah.
As a result of what he did today. He could have walked back. He could have said, Steve's negotiating. I don't want to, he said that weird thing where he said, I don't want to get in the middle of your negotiations, Steve. But all hell is going to break out if they're not gone. Now that.
So John Podhoretz has an incredibly sensitive, highly attuned antenna with frequently profound insights combined with frequently absolutely boorish behavior, right? He's a mixed bag like the rest of us.
That may be a negotiating tactic, but he's got to put spine behind that if they're not out by the 20th.
It's a red.
And it's a compliment to Mark Halperin that he can foster this large number of interesting, provocative thinkers.
It's like Obama in Syria. Like it's clear. Hogan, I think one of the things that people make a mistake about Donald Trump, that people call him a warmonger. He's not. He just speaks loudly, but he also believes in carrying a big stick. And so I don't see this as reckless or politically dangerous, as long as, if the hostages aren't released, he's willing to follow through.
Carrying a big stick. I have tended to work harder and more effectively when I had a degree of fear of my employer. Right? I tend to treat people with more respect if I have some fear. Right? There is a healthy amount of fear and anxiety. Without some fear and anxiety, I don't tend to perform my best. I'm doing a live stream right now, and I should have some fear and anxiety that at any time I might say something that destroys my life and permanently damages me.
We've seen him back off things. Do you think he would follow through?
Well, listen, when our trip to North Korea happened, we were in South Korea with President Moon looking into North Korea from a vantage point. Kamala Harris famously was in the same crow's nest and said, have you guys seen the pictures from space? They're really impressive. It was so goofy. President Moon said to Donald Trump on that podium, he said, Mr. President, we used to have rockets flying over our head all the time. Now there aren't any flying over. We feel so much safer. And Trump looked at the press and said, say it to them. They don't even believe it. You got to tell them. Barack Obama told Donald Trump North Korea was going to be the biggest threat. There was going to be a war. It didn't happen. It was the first time, obviously, Russia hadn't tried to gain new territory under Trump. So you're right. He's not a warmonger. He wants to make a deal. He wants to keep peace. Obviously, the Abraham Accords, for heaven's sakes, killed ISIS, settled the region, et cetera. All the things he did to kind of stabilize not just the region, but the world. I do think, though, he also understands when he did things like taking out Qasem Soleimani, dropping the Moab, et cetera, he understands the might of our military, what it is capable of. And he will absolutely want those hostages back. And you're right, it's a win-win, because if he gets them back before and he can say he did it, if afterwards he has to get them back, he did it. So either way, he can kind of take credit for it. But regardless, he's very serious about these military issues. Having sat with him in the Situation Room many times, he asks some probing, serious questions about how this stuff goes. So I wouldn't get ahead of him. And yes, it's a negotiating tactic, because he will never tell you what he wants to do ultimately. Because as you remember, it was Vladimir Putin. He said, Trump was talking about Vladimir Putin, and when he told him he would knock the hell out of him, he said, Putin probably didn't believe me, but he believed me about 10%. And that's all I needed to prevent them from encroaching on another region. So I think if Hamas is listening, which I know they are, they also believe it, but I bet they believe it a whole lot more than 10% based on what he did through the first term. So it's a
It was in 8th grade that I decided to devote myself to journalism, and it was for me an all-access path to life. I was a little socially awkward and often felt on the margins, and so with journalism, I had a press pass to life, and it also matched my personality, which was a little bit of a drama queen or an adrenaline junkie. And your choice of profession often has a profound effect on your character. So because I worked in landscaping for a few years, when I look at a garden or a lawn, I naturally look towards how it drains. And because of my years in reporting, I get this huge surge when there's this big story going on around me. And I just want to lose myself in the big story. Just like at times I've wanted to lose myself in attention-seeking provocation, in study, in religion, philosophy, pornography, the excitement of a sexy romantic relationship. Just losing myself from who I really am.
A meandering way to answer your question to show kind of what he did in the past, but I absolutely think he would approve some type of action against Iran. How that looks, what shape that takes, we don't know. But I will say this: remember, what the incoming administration is trying to do with his cabinet picks is move very quickly. Next week, he's trying to get some of the.
Wow! Illustrate Life just gave me a $20 super chat on Rumble. Thank you so much. I appreciate the generosity. It's funny, the $20 that I will earn from doing this live stream will have more emotional resonance in my soul than $1,000 earned through more conventional means. The $100 I earn from teaching an Alexander technique lesson resonates with me more than $1,000 earned through conventional means. So I was listening to this one bloke on YouTube talking about 25 things you can do to improve your life in 2025. And one of them was to develop some sort of side hustle or some kind of creative opportunity, because the few dollars that you might earn from it, doing it out of joy and love, will emotionally resonate with you far more than money earned through more conventional means. And I know a lot of my friends in Orthodox Judaism, they'll buy a few stocks to try to create more avenues for God to bless their life. So thanks for supporting my show.
Hearings to start on the national security pieces he wants to put in place. That's not a coincidence. He's talking about Iran in that way.
I want to quickly just follow up on this. Would not be warmongering for us to hit Iran's sites.
Yes.
Because Israel and the United States.
So John Podhoretz, all right, big supporter of Israel, big supporter of a strong, frequently intervening America abroad. He's a classic neoconservative.
States took out Iran's defenses. Yes. This is a unique moment in world history in which a real existential threat in the form of a potential nuclear program on the one hand, and an enemy of the United States who is responsible for the proxy group holding Americans under torture in tunnels, we have a free shot at. It is not warmongering. They don't have much of a capacity to come at us in response. It's a free shot. And I think Biden is insane not to take it, to be honest. I've said that in the pages of commentary on our podcast. It is that this is what the strategic events of the last 3 months have led us open to. And I think probably the hostages are going to come out, because why would Iran take the risk? Iran controls Hamas. Why would Iran take the risk? There's nothing in it for them not to surrender in this one regard.
There hasn't been a moment like this for an American president since, the Shah was in power. I mean, the opportunity to hit them without fear of serious reprisal is
every enemy that we have. Right? We heard last, a couple of weeks that we've been hearing from Jake Sullivan and Tony Blinken, all this, how scared the Biden administration was of Russia using a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine. And that's one of the things that held them back from really committing to helping Ukraine and all of that. So everywhere we turn, when we think about the challenges of the United States, we have to say what is the risk reward ratio, right? The risk reward ratio, if we engage with North Korea, they're very irresponsible. And
it's hard to get much done in life without energy. So I pay a lot of attention to that which energizes me. And so this LA fires all around me story absolutely energizes me, which gives me the strength and the enthusiasm to do this live stream. But I'm constantly like checking out and sometimes even writing down, oh, I noticed this energizes me. So I noticed that kefir, Kefir, it's fermented milk. It's the one food that I can consume that consistently gives me a strong energy boost for hours afterward.
And they can just nail Seoul. China, same thing, the islands, Taiwan, whatever, if such a thing should happen. I don't know when in modern history there has been an antagonist that we are currently fighting whose proxy is interfering with the shipping in the Red Sea and in the Indian Ocean, that is defenseless against us.
Yeah.
So like I say, I'm not sure it's even warmongering if he were to make a move.
Yep. All right, there's other clips I could play. We haven't talked about January 6th.
All right, this is a psychology channel that
manage your
quite
sleep
like.
to the best of your ability, and that will be one of the
So this is a video called 25 Ways to Improve Your Mental Health in 2025.
most valuable tools you can put in your tool belt for 2025 for your mental health. Number 2, on a related note, get out of bed at the same time every day. And I mean 7 days a week. I mean, even on days when you don't have to, got no plans, nowhere to be, this will do wonders for your sleep schedule, for your circadian rhythm, for your ability to fall asleep at night. Having a consistent schedule lets your brain essentially customize the entire energy flow of your day and night to predictable time frames. You will feel so dramatically better. It is night and day. I'm telling you. Try it if you don't believe me. Pick a time, get out of bed every day at that time, and start your day. It will make a massive difference. Number 3, this one's gonna sound a little cheesy, but it's important. Be your biggest fan. Now, I don't mean that in like a narcissistic kind of way or a do whatever you want kind of way. I mean like a
I had a therapist tell me for 7 years, be a good friend to yourself. And I wasn't able to appreciate or implement that until I'd studied Alexander technique for a few years and was able to let go some of my punitive pulling down, tightening, and compressing my muscles. When I let go of that unnecessary compression, I was able to discover a gentler, kinder side of myself. And I was halfway through my Alexander technique training in something like June of 2010, when I said a sentence that I'd never before said in my life. And that was, I plan to go home this weekend and be gentle with myself.
healthy fan. Like, be somebody who legitimately appreciates the work you put in, the effort you exert, the battles you fight, and the battles you win. I am a huge proponent of this because for most of us, especially mental health struggles are mostly invisible, right? That's part of why people often call things like depression like invisible illnesses or invisible disabilities. I mean, sometimes you can look at a person and tell they're depressed, but you don't actually see the battle. You know, it's not like you see those really inspirational videos of people who got in like a car accident and they couldn't walk, and then they're like doing the physical rehab, and you know, there's tears and sweat and they're struggling, and you see them start to walk. Like, those people's battles and victories are visible. Other people can watch them and see the effort and see the pain and see the anguish and then see the triumph. And it's super motivational, and you're like, oh, that's amazing. No one's going to have that reaction to you getting out of bed in the morning. But if you...
Right. If I can respect myself, appreciate myself, and compliment myself for saying something clear or useful or true, maybe even profound, right, then I'm much less reliant on the audience giving me a compliment. And if I am primarily internally validated, if I'm able to stand on my own 2 feet and say what I believe to be true and good, even if everyone in the chat opposes what I'm saying, to me, that's a more effective way of going through life and live streaming. So I think it's only by the spring of 2020 that I consistently got to the place where I was primarily internally validated. Now, I still find it a thrill if I have the opportunity to speak and there's an audience of 1,000 live viewers or 3,000 live viewers, all right, that is exciting. That's even more exciting than speaking to 15 live viewers. But if I'm able to appreciate and to be kind with myself when I do good things and even when I make mistakes, it's just a superior way of living rather than depending on the adrenaline of having an enormous audience.
You have severe depression, that's maybe a comparable effort. Like that's your battle. That's your learning to walk again. That's your rehab after a car accident. That's the thing that the condition you have makes it incredibly.
Illustrate Life says in the chat, my principles: plan every day, untiring industry, perseverance, punctuality, early riser, learn something from everyone you meet, form fixed principles on which you think and act. It's nothing better than gardening.
Difficult to do, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not getting out of bed. Maybe it's going to work. Maybe it's calling a friend. These are things that to the outside world will appear unremarkable. The only person who has the ability to really know what that took from you and really say, you know what? I know you almost didn't do that. I know how hard you had to work to get that thing done. I just want you to know I see that. You did a good job. The only person who can say that to you is you. And so if you don't do it, or even worse, if you say, well, why did it take me so long? Or God, I'm lazy because that was so hard to do, or whatever, you take the opportunity to actually basically break yourself down instead of.
So I don't enjoy gardening. Usually I don't get a lot out of working with the soil. I get fed reading a stimulating book, listening to an interesting podcast, meditating, connecting with people, going to synagogue, studying Torah. Different people get fed different ways. Different people not only have different gifts, all right, they have different priorities and different physiologies.
To lift yourself up, it's one of the worst things you can do, because then you're taking the person who has the most ability to get it and to understand what you're going through, and you're making them your enemy.
My father, the preacher man, he had no hobbies except for perhaps watching some 1930s movie on TV. And lacking hobbies and being ill at ease with other people, not a great way to go through life. Right? My father would usually feel ill at ease with other people unless he could instruct them.
Person is capable of being your greatest support in life, and you've made them an adversary. Do not do that. Understand and appreciate what you do in a day. The fourth idea is to find your next step in something that matters to you. I know that that is very broad. This one's getting more at either leisure or personal fulfillment in life. We all have things that we are passionate about. Some of us are passionate about athletics, or the arts, or creativity, or politics, or religion. Whatever in this world is meaningful to you, find your next step in that thing. I can't tell you what the next step is because I don't know what your thing is, so I can't operationalize it in like a one-to-many video like this. But I strongly believe that as humans, we need a tangible sense of progression in life. And one of the things that really screws up our mental and emotional health is stagnation. When we don't see a path that we are on, when we don't see a mountain that we are climbing.
All right, I like this bloke, Scott Eilers. I think he lives in Iowa. I think this is an important tweet from Katie Herzog. What's happening in California is so horrific, and I'm worried the same thing is going to happen in the Southeast, since we have millions of dead trees littering the forests from Helene. I don't trust Trump or even state leaders to make it happen, but my God, it is so far past time for forest management to be a top political priority. Make America rake again.
Things get really dark really fast, and life can very quickly and easily feel pointless and not worth living. And even if your thing that matters to you isn't considered important to the world in general, it doesn't matter, because this is your list, this is for you, this is your year, this is your life. do something that is meaningful to you and gives you a connection to the world or to other people or to whatever, keep going with it. Do not let your passions stagnate. That is a one-way ticket to anhedonia and despair. The fifth thing that I think you should do in 2025 to improve your mental health is reduce or eliminate substance use. And
Okay, back to Mark Halperin's show. I think the guy in the vest at the bottom center of this picture is Ginny Hogan. He is a Republican spokesman.
Which is getting a lot of attention as it always is, and Jack Smith in Ukraine. But I want to start bringing folks in. So again, if you'd like to be part of the conversation, please raise your hand. I'll bring you in. You'll tell us where you are and what is on your mind. Thanks again to
is taking a page from that playbook to establish a tone for his second term.
Yes.
Yes.
Simple answer. Yes. He knows the history of it. He understands the impact of it. And if he can be a part in getting those people back, he'll do it. And if he can mimic or copy to some degree what Reagan had to do, then that's what he's going to do. So
if he gets American hostages, that I'm not sure they'll be given gift memberships to Mar-a-Lago, but they'll get some good stuff. Yeah, John.
Yeah, no, I think absolutely he is literally thinking about exactly that.
Sure.
And he should. Yep. And so should Biden. And so should Biden.
Yeah, so should Biden. That's the real question. Why isn't Biden doing it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he has every reason to be scared. I mean, look, Trump took out Soleimani. He's got every reason to be afraid of Trump.
Yep.
Every reason. The Iranians have every reason to be afraid of Israel. Biden has given them very little reason to be afraid of his aggressive intentions. Right. Trump being as aggressive as he was today is going to be very helpful to Steve Witkoff when he gets off that plane. Yep. I mean,
Israel
go to the table, sitting there, whoever it is across the table. They're not telling us who are the negotiating factors in the negotiation. He's coming off that plane and saying, the clock is ticking on you, the clock is ticking. And he means it. I know this guy, and he means it. Like, that is, again, if Biden wants to end his presidency at a high note, hostages will come out. That's why I think Witkoff is welcome. I mean, I think that the Biden negotiators are happy to have the Trump person there to bolster the case.
Yeah, because he can talk like a madman, unhinged madman.
Yeah,
the way Biden can't. It's a good cop, bad cop thing. Mark, thank you for the great question. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. All right, Haley, Happy New Year. Haley's a valued member of the two-way community. We haven't heard from you in a bit.
Israeli news, I do tune in every day because I hope, we'll get that every day I wake up in the morning. I put it on because maybe there'll be a deal. But
yeah, every morning I get up, I look forward to listening to Mark Halperin's show.
Basically, what I hear from the Israeli side is that Hamas is doing everything in its power basically to not agree to any type of deal. I think the most recent attempt is for a part deal of about 34 hostages, and I know that they were leaked, like the names of it's a whole mess in Israel, but they're doing everything in their power to not come to the table. And while I do have hope that Trump will bring something different in negotiation tactics or whatever he's doing, because I think he's going about it the right.
So how did the Ford household think of Jimmy Carter? So my father was primarily about theology and second about preventative health, but he had an interest in the news. And though he wasn't terribly political, my father appreciated that Jimmy Carter was an evangelical Christian and that he was born again. So we didn't talk much about Jimmy Carter. My father liked Ronald Reagan's psychology. My father thought that possessing nuclear weapons was immoral, and so many of his devotees, fans, and followers sharply disagreed with him. So my father didn't agree with Ronald Reagan's military buildup. So my father was essentially a pacifist. Wasn't much talk about Jews in my household. I don't remember any conversation about Jews. So growing up as a Seventh-Day Adventist in New South Wales and then Northern California, I probably heard 100 times more negative things about Roman Catholics than I heard about Jews. My father did tell me when we arrived in the United States, and I didn't know anyone, so I spent the summer of 1977, when I was 11 years of age, in the Pacific Union College library. Said that if I wanted to read a good newspaper every day, I should read the Christian Science Monitor, because the Christian Science Monitor was the most fair and unbiased newspaper out there.
The right way, with full strength, not how Biden has been handling it, but they're doing everything in their power to not come to the table. So
I did follow my father's advice. I did read the Christian Science Monitor, but wasn't terribly excited by it. And so I went downstairs to where all the books were, and I spent more time reading books on World War II. And as part of that, I started looking at books on Weimar Germany, in large part because there are a lot of photos of scantily clad women, and there was a lot of sexually provocative material in these books on Weimar Germany. Then I became also interested at age 11 in the 1960s student protests in the United States, and there's one photo of a student protest at UC Berkeley that I never forgot, and it's a naked young woman just kind of stretched out, and there are these men at a protest kind of holding her up, and she's just naked and all stretched out, and it's still firmly implanted in my mind.
So are we thinking that this is going to be like Reagan and Iran, where it's like the night of inauguration, we'll have this spectacular breakthrough that they just decide to agree to everything that Israel is putting forward? Because Israel's been at the same point forever in what they are asking for, and it just seems like there's nobody who's doing any negotiation on the other side.
Just very quickly, I think the strategy here is for Iran to make Hamas give up the hostages. Now, there may be some form of negotiation of safe passage for some of Hamasniks somewhere, so that Israel agrees not to kill them the way they could kill anybody at any time once they're above ground, or something like that. Whether that agreement is adhered to over time, rather than say following the Munich model of hunting people down afterwards, which is which is what Israel did in 1972, 3, 4. I don't know, but I think if I'm following this correctly, it's not clear who Hamas is, but Hamas is an Iranian proxy. Therefore, Iran presumably can be the party that says to them, "It's over. Let him out. We'll figure out how to get you out. This is all done because we need to clear the decks."
Like Dandy Don Meredith. Turn out the lights.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. That's a good 70s reference.
Haley
right
and
there.
Hogan are too young to get that reference, but.
So when I came to America and I'd spent most of my spare time in the college library, people were concerned, the adults around me were concerned that I was not socially well adjusted. And so they said I should read more books for people my own age. And so I started reading these children's books on American sports, and I read some children's books on various members of the Dallas Cowboys. So it impressed me that the Cowboys star quarterback, Roger Staubach, and the Cowboys star coach, Tom Landry, were both Christian. And so I threw in my lot with the Dallas Cowboys. I became well-read in the history of the Dallas Cowboys. And so as I moved into my teens, I often had more important, more intense or relationships that meant more to me with my friends' fathers than with my friends. And I remember one friend's father saying to me, "You know more about sports than any other kid I know," because my primary knowledge about sports was from reading books. It wasn't from watching it on TV. We didn't own a TV until the summer of 1980 when I was 14.
Anyway, I just think that's Haley is from Texas, so Dandy Don.
Well, I'm from.
And great biography of Tom Landry is God's Coach by Skip Bayless. I loved all 3 books by Skip Bayless on the Dallas Cowboys. And then there's another more comprehensive, less eccentric biography of Tom Landry called The Last Cowboy. And Tom Landry was demonstrating signs of senility in the late 70s, and he would continue to coach until the 1980s. And you would see his shortcomings in that even though he's very stolid and Protestant and low-key in appearance, it was really important to him to appear to be smart, while the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, he just wanted to win Super Bowls. So the Pittsburgh Steelers won 4 Super Bowls in the 70s. Cowboys only won 2 because the coach of the Steelers put a higher priority on winning than Tom Landry, who put this way too high priority on appearing smart with these brilliant gadget plays. And on the opening drive of the greatest Super Bowl ever, the Super Bowl played in January 1979 that ended up with the Steelers winning 35-31 over Dallas, the Cowboys are driving the ball down the field, running the ball at will against the Steelers' monstrous defense. And Landry had told his team, don't get into fights with the Steelers because they are physically bigger, stronger, and tougher than you are. And in their previous matchup, 4 years previous, the Steelers knocked out many of the Cowboys players with broken ribs because they were just stronger, tougher, and more steroid boosted than the Cowboys. So you look at the Steelers' offensive and defensive lines, and these guys were just cut, incredibly muscular because they were roided up. You look at the Cowboys' offensive line, and their stomachs would bulge over their belts because they were not on anabolic steroids. But for some reason, the Cowboys were able to just run the ball on the Steelers in that opening drive, and then Tom Landry calls a trick play. And it's the quarterback handing off to the running back, who then tosses it to a wide receiver doing an end around, and it ends up a fumble. The Steelers recover, just completely unnecessary. Cowboys never again reestablished the running game that they had going so convincingly in that opening game. And it was just disastrously important for Tom Landry to look smart. And a sign of his senility, he developed the doomsday defense in the late 1960s as a way to stop the run, because running the ball used to be the primary factor in winning NFL games until rule changes opened up the passing game circa 1977. So Landry developed the doomsday flex defense to stop the run, and it was pretty damn good at stopping the run. But the Steelers knew what to do, and that was when the Cowboys are employing the flex defense on first down, expecting a run, Terry Bradshaw would just pass, and he threw for something like 180 yards just on first down alone in that Super Bowl. And to the astute observer, that was the way to beat the flex defense. You throw the ball on first ground. Tom Landry stopped adapting, and the only way that Landry even won his 2 Super Bowls is that he had a quarterback who would change many of Tom Landry's plays at the line of scrimmage. And so Landry, as he moved through the 70s, he became increasingly senile, and he would call these slow developing plays at the goal line and these quick hitters at midfield. And Roger Staubach had the stones to change the play at the line of scrimmage, leading to the Cowboys winning 2 Super Bowls, winning a lot of other games that they would have lost if Staubach had simply executed the plan that the play that Tom Landry had sent in. Denny White got the Cowboys to 3 straight NFC Championship games, just absolutely broke my heart in the 1980, 81, 82 seasons, lost all 3 NFC Championship games. And he didn't have Roger Staubach's good sense to change plays that were obviously ill-suited to the particular situation. You don't want to run a slow developing play at the opposition's goal line, right? You want a quick hitter. You don't want to mess around. And while with Roger Staubach, it seemed like everything he touched turned to gold. According to Skip Bayless, he noted everything that Denny White touched turned to crap. But Denny White at least got the Cowboys to 3 straight NFC Championship games, which is far more than you can say for Dak Prescott or Tony Romo.
New York originally. I live here now.
But in Texas, Danny, I assume Danny Dunn is still a figure in Texas.
And I know John gets his whole career because he's a celebrity, as are you, Mark. Someone came up to me and didn't say, "Hey, great job in the Trump administration, great job on Newsmax, great job on Fox." They came up and said, "Hey, I love you on two-way." How about that?
Not a surprise. Not a surprise. Good. It happened.
No, and that wasn't about me. That was about two-way. The guy was watching two-way.
It's about the Hogan persona that exists on two-way, which is authentic, accessible. You know,
I got roasted when I didn't come on last week.
Right. The reason many people refer a live stream or a podcast to a more manufactured discussion is that it feels more real, that it feels more authentic, it feels more fair dinkum. So a couple of hours ago, the air quality outside was 440, just horrific, right? At 100, we're at the unhealthy level. And so now for the past hour, we've been down to 340, but I am not going outside today, right? The air quality is awful, just enormous amount of ash in the air. The ash is getting picked up by the wind. It's carrying for a mile or more. I got my air purifier running at full tilt. I've got my air conditioner running. I've got doors and windows closed and blowing some hot air through my microphone.
Twitter started blowing me up because I couldn't make it the last.
I didn't know the Sean Spicer I now know. Edgar, speaking of not knowing people before, Edgar, welcome in.
From New York City, originally from Connecticut, 3-time Trump voter.
Edgar, you have a fantastic voice.
Thank you.
I'm sure you've been told that.
Typically, no, actually.
Really?
Sometimes it's a little too loud.
Maybe just got good AV equipment, but you sound fantastic.
You know, I'm still.
It's telling how many people don't know their own strengths and don't know their own weaknesses and have delusions that they have strengths where they have weaknesses and have delusions that they have weaknesses where they have strengths. And so the more connected you are with other people, the more feedback you're likely to get, which will help you develop a more accurate sense of what you're good at and what you're not so good at. So I wrote a book on Hollywood movie producers called Producers, Profiles in Frustration, which I self-published in 2004. And one producer, Randy Emmett, he was, I think, he was related to Jerry Bruckheimer. And this bloke, Randall, was in college. He was studying film, and he got a phone call from Jerry, and Randall was looking for career advice. And Randall said to Jerry, how will I know what I'm good at? Is it acting? Is it directing? Is it producing? Is it writing? And Jerry Bruckheimer gave him great advice. Life will tell you what you are good at. If you don't have a big barrier up against reality, you don't have all sorts of unnecessary muscular tension and compression blocking you from a more direct and adaptive experience of reality, you should be able to hear the signals, the whispers that life will tell you of what you're good at and what you're bad at. And it's usually much better to listen to the whispers so you don't have to hear the screams. Listen to the whispers so you don't have to hear the screams, and the less unnecessary muscular armoring and unnecessary tension and compression you've got going on, right, the more likely you are to hear the whispers, and you don't have to create the screams.
At work, I'm trying to wrap up now.
Okay, well, go ahead, ask away. So you live in New York City now?
Yeah, yep. I'm sorry I couldn't make the comedy club event, but
there'll be more. Don't worry.
I've been listening to the platform since you had that really interesting comment about you know, after the election, people kind of having tough times tolerating the results of it. And phenomenal show, by the way. So, and Megyn Kelly, you guys have just done such a great job. Like having Hogan here, this other gentleman who's speaking for most of the time, I hear him all the time on the news, but he's great. So you guys are just doing so well.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So quick question, and you know, I was a little bit late today. You know, there's always, when an administration is changing hands, you know, some last minute executive orders that get done and all that. And one of the things that I found, you know, interesting was this negotiation that concluded in early December. I think it was with Medicare, maybe HHS or something, where a lot of those employees were allowed to work from home for the next, you know, 2 years or so. And I'm just curious, is that something that can change? You know, JP Morgan today announced that, you know, they're doing 5 days a week. I work in a bank. We've been 5 days a week in the office since 2022. You know, I think culturally, maybe I'm a little bit bitter. I graduated college in 2017, know what it's like to actually work 5 days a week. And then, you know, these new crop of graduates.
It's
normal. And it's a privilege to work from home, right? We were just having this conversation with
privilege to work from home or to work in the office?
To work from home. I mean, like, you know, you have to be a good worker in the office. And then if your boss wants to give you the handout to, you know, leave Thursday to that 3-day break and you work Friday, that's a great privilege and good for retention. Support it fully. But I'm curious because, you know, we deal with the Securities and Exchange Commission all the time. And I have noticed and again, this may be anecdotal, right? Plenty of other bankers in the world. Everything takes so much longer with the federal government, and specifically with the Security and Exchange Commission. You know, they're forced to be in the office 1 day a month. Like if you go to the SEC building in DC, there is nobody there. And I know that's the case. You know, there's plenty of reports, 5% occupancy, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just curious with some of those agreements, and I don't know if there's going to be any more, but I know that, you know, the December deal I was talking about was a lot of employees. Do you think that's something that can be reversed, something that can be changed? I know it's very picky of an issue, but I'm just curious about it. Because I think culturally, it's really good for us to be in the office.
Yeah,
that's
there's almost nothing that the Biden administration can do that can't be undone. And the lawyers try to do clever.
So I don't have an ironclad universal opinion about working from home. I think it is situational. Some people are better suited for working at home. Some businesses will be better off allowing their employees to work from home. And other persons and situations and employers will be better off insisting people come into the office. I certainly see that if you've got kids, you're a spouse, you're a wife, right? I see many examples where you would benefit from working at home. Other people lack responsibility, and they're not going to turn in as good a job performance working remotely as working in an office. So most people are far better off working for somebody else than trying to work for themselves, because most people lack the discipline to do the things that you need to do to successfully be your own employer. And my experience of life is that life is much better when you can share it. And one reason I do these live streams is to share life with people. So when you got people you can share your pain and your anxiety and your fear with, it seems to reduce the negative valence of that. And when you've got people that you can share your excitement and your joy with, it multiplies that. So sometimes if it's on the Sabbath, it's on a Jewish holy day, and I don't have the opportunity to use earphones or electronic devices, walking a mile can seem onerous on my own. But walking 5 miles with friends is an absolute joy. Life is with the people.
For things to,
right.
You know, I'm going to go back to a 1980s reference in sports. It was the dawn of free agency in the NBA.
So with homeowners insurance, there's often a policy where you can receive similar types of housing if you lose your home under some type of loss that's covered by your insurance. But people with pets are often very difficult to place in substitute housing. And then people with pets, right, they don't find suitable housing that is approved by their insurance. And so they may launch a lawsuit alleging bad faith on the part of the insurance for not providing them with comparable housing. But I can also understand the insurer's point of view. And so I love pets. I love dogs in particular. I just don't want the responsibility and the time and the resources that come with owning pets. Like I grew up with dogs, love pets. I just don't want the complications that come with having a pet. And some people who've known me, Kendra Jade, she said, look, you'd have a hard time keeping a potted plant alive.
Yeah. Okay. And if you had a player who wanted to be a free agent and you made him an offer, the existing team, the current team, could keep the player if they matched the offer. Right. So Mitch Kupchak was on my team, the Washington Bullets, and the Lakers wanted to sign Mitch Kupchak. And so they said, they gave him an offer, and they said, we guarantee you we'll give you a house worth more than $1 million. That's a 20-minute drive to the Pacific Ocean. Right. And a 20-minute drive to the arena. Right.
Right.
So all of my grandparents died around 87 to age 90, and they were all pretty much mentally coherent until their final days. But my extended family did not play much of a role in my upbringing because my parents chose in their teenage years to convert to this weird religion, Seventh-Day Adventism. So America is much more tolerant of religious eccentricity. In Australia, if you are an Adventist, you are cut off from the rest of Australia. If you watch that Meryl Streep movie, A Cry in the Dark, one of the early scenes is a truck driver complaining about those effing Adventists, right? You are a freak. You are socially marginalized, right? You are set apart from, you are isolated from wider Australian culture. And most Australians share the same culture and the same accent, right? Bank managers and trash collectors share a similar culture in Australia and speak with a similar accent. But if you convert to Jehovah's Witness or Orthodox Judaism or Seventh-day Adventism, you are separating yourself from the rest of the culture, and you feel that keenly. And so my parents were raised Church of England, which is a low intensity default religious identification that usually doesn't play much of a role in people's lives. Australia is overwhelmingly, dominantly a highly secular nation. And when, as teenagers, they had this spiritual experience that led to them each separately converting to Seventh-day Adventism before they ever met each other, by doing that, they separated themselves from their family, extended family, from their nation, right? They were freaks. And so my father's brother was a communist who fought in World War II and hated religion and refused to talk to my father for 20 years after my father converted to Seventh-day Adventism. And it wasn't until my mother was dying of cancer that my Uncle Val reconnected with my dad. So my extended family played almost no role in my life growing up. I could never remember what a cousin was, or a niece or nephew or uncle or auntie, what that really signified, because my cousins, nieces, nephews, uncles, and aunties and grandparents played almost no role in my life, because my parents converted to Seventh-day Adventism. So that we were largely estranged from our fellow Australians. We were estranged from our extended family. We were freaks in Australian culture. And we were also vegetarians, which it made it very hard to socialize with anyone who wasn't a fellow vegetarian. Like, one of the worst things you can do is to raise your child vegetarian. It will cause cognitive problems, right? It will cause psychological problems. And perhaps most profoundly, it will cause social problems, because vegetarians, by and large, are as popular as child molesters. Right? People don't like vegetarians. People don't like having to host vegetarians. It's annoying. It's weird. It's off-putting. It's incredibly unhealthy for you, right? Our teeth structure, our digestion structure is aligned with eating meat. And so it's terrible for your health, and it's terrible for your social health. Don't be a vegetarian. For God's sake, don't raise your child a vegetarian. I only got this clarity in the last few years, and because I was raised vegetarian and I never overcame it, unlike my brother and sister, right? I was a vegetarian my whole life. It destroyed my health. It made me even more socially awkward, even more socially marginalized. I was bedridden for 6 years in my 20s. I would not have had that problem if I had not been a vegetarian. I was weak until 3 years ago. I thought, let me try swallowing some beef organ capsules. Within 2 weeks of swallowing 6 beef organ capsules from ancestral supplements, doing that every morning, all my health problems went away. So my extended family, my grandparents, uncles, aunties played a minimal role in my life. They played a much more substantial role with my older siblings. Let's have a look at the chat. Dogs are like children, nice when they're someone else's. Imagine having cows and chickens to evacuate. Are Adventists the one who come knock on your door? Yes, often on Saturday afternoons, we would go out and try to raise money for the missions. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a missionary when I grew up, and so I would sleep on a hard floor to prepare myself for the privations of becoming a missionary. I anticipated that I would go to India or Africa to make converts for Jesus. My father was an evangelist. Virtually no one who I grew up with among my peers is still a Seventh-day Adventist. Virtually everyone that I went to Seventh-day Adventist school with is no longer an Adventist. My siblings left Adventism as quickly as they could. Now, I learned to code switch, and so I increasingly, in spirit, moved out of the Seventh-day Adventist world, but I don't like confrontation in my personal life. I don't mind arguing on the internet, but I don't like arguing and confrontation in my personal life. So I was the easiest child to raise because I would act one way in the home. And then since I left the house, I would speak and act in a completely different manner. Now, occasionally I'd get busted because I was Desmond Ford's son, and my father was like a rock star in the Seventh-Day Adventist church. And so I might use the word bloody outside the house, which is a common Australian epithet, and then that'd get reported to my father, and he'd have this tremendous look of pain, and he'd sit me down, and he'd punish me for swearing. If I was a little rowdy in Sabbath school, it'd get back to my father, I'd get punished. So many people would tell on me. I developed a loathing for people who would tell on you for such things. I don't think I've ever informed to HR or to teachers or to people in authority on my peers ever in my life. I just hated it when people did that to me. By age 16, 17, 18, as you're getting closer and closer to adulthood, I increasingly led a life separate from Seventh-day Adventism when I could get away with it. It helped that my family moved out of the Seventh-day Adventist church at age 14 because my father was tossed out of the Seventh-day Adventist church ministry for theological heresy. And for the first time in the summer of 1980, we got a TV, so I became increasingly enamored of TV because I didn't have that concrete flesh and blood Seventh-day Adventist community that used to provide the warp and woof of my life, the sustenance, the intensity, the connection. So my father would tell journalists, oh, now we belong to the invisible church of Jesus Christ. So after the Glacier View controversy in 1980, my father was featured in Newsweek and Los Angeles Times and many forms of the news media. And he liked to say we belong to the invisible church of Jesus Christ. But the invisible church of Jesus Christ does not have a great youth program. And many of the fellow teenagers at our church were mentally retarded, and they loved me. Mentally retarded people adore me. But I didn't have the real life connection that I had when we were in the Seventh-day Adventist church. So TV meant more and more to me. And I became increasingly bold about acting out. So I remember when you had the development of phone sex, I think 1983, 84. And sometimes I was so weak that I'd call those 976 numbers from my home phone, which is absolute disastrous thing to do. Luckily, my parents weren't very with it, and they'd say, hey, what are these telephone charges? And I'd say, oh, that was something I had to do for college. A lot of people get away with a lot of mischief by claiming it's something they have to do for college. And on Friday nights, I'd sneak out of the house and I'd tell my parents I'm going to a Bible study. But instead, I'd go to my high school to cover a basketball game for the local newspaper. But I was too socially awkward to have sex until I was 22. There was only one time that I tried alcohol. It was the night of my high school graduation. My high school graduation was on a Saturday, and so I broke the Sabbath to attend that. I also broke the Sabbath a few months previous to take my SAT test. So that did not thrill my parents. And sometimes I'd go dancing on Saturday nights with a friend. I was a terrible dancer, and dancing was a sin in my evangelical Christian upbringing. So much of that upbringing still sticks with me, right? I still don't drink or smoke or lend my bum to other blokes.
The bullets couldn't match that.
Right.
Right. So the lawyers try to come up with stuff like that. They try to come up with stuff that can't be undone because they say, this is guaranteed, whatever. But there are very few examples of, as far as I know, of things that can't be undone. And the Trump lawyers are sitting there every day saying, all right.
So I would never use the word sucks around my parents. But then, so I probably, well, the FAGGOT word became my favorite epithet when I came to America, and noticed it was the favorite epithet of the people around me. Probably started using sucks along with everybody else. So probably 8th or 9th grade. And then when I started reporting on the pornography industry beginning in fall of 1995, I became increasingly coarse, and I would consistently use inappropriate language. Remember, I was giving someone from my Reformed synagogue a ride, and I talked about this woman in her 60s at our synagogue and how she still had a great figure. And yeah, that offended her. What was my drink of choice? I never liked carbonated drinks. So I loved orange juice and lemonade. I love sweet lemon things, lemon tarts, lemon meringue pies, lemon sorbet. The lemon's probably my favorite flavor. Hawaiian fruit punch, probably lemonade. And my parents would restrict me, right? They would restrict the amount of peanut butter I could eat. We could only eat a light evening meal. So I kind of went to bed hungry much of my childhood because Ellen G. White, the prophet behind the Seventh-day Adventist Church, said that you shouldn't eat a hearty evening meal. You should skip the evening meal or only eat a light meal. And so I frequently went to bed hungry. And Ellen White, she promoted vegetarianism and being a teetotaler. All the while, she ate meat on the download and she drank alcohol. And I would have to read Ellen White's books. They were assigned to me by my father. I'd have to read 30 to 40 pages of Christian apologetics every day and type a one-page summary. It was initially a punishment for telling lies. At least I learned to touch type and to read some difficult books from doing this. So this is an assignment began in second grade and lasted till we came to the United States and I entered sixth grade. And I learned all the intellectual arguments for why Christianity is true. And at the same time, I lost all of my positive feelings about Christianity because it became a punishment every day. So while my friends were playing, right, I would have to type a summary. And I didn't get to spend lunchtime with my friends, right, as a punishment for telling lies, which I would tell to avoid getting hit. So I became adept at telling lies and I got caught out for telling lies. So I didn't get to spend lunchtime with my friends. I didn't get to spend after school time with my friends like normal kids. I'd have to come home and read these dense works of Christian apologetics and type out a one-page summary. It was incredibly onerous and diminished my ability to have a normal social life. And I had to bike all the way home, have lunch with my stepmom, and then rush back to school and completely miss out on that hour with my friends. At least I'm not bitter.
Here's what they did. Here's how we're going to undo it. So I think those folks will be in the office 5 days a week. John.
The first thing that Bill Clinton did when he became president in 1992, this is on the last page of my first.
There are many Seventh-day Adventists around us who use Seventh-day Adventism as a vessel, as a way of life that was profound and beautiful and nurturing and loving. Right? Many people had a healthy, productive, adaptive use of Seventh-day Adventism, but it did not operate that way in my life. But today I see people who use Orthodox Judaism as a beautiful vessel for their life. And then I see other people who practice Orthodox Judaism in an antisocial, self-destructive manner.
First book, Hell of a Ride, is that he voided all of George H.W. Bush's executive order.
I was a miserable kid. People would see me and remark that I looked like a Holocaust survivor. And because I was so miserable, I increasingly lived in a world of fantasy and delusion where I dreamed that I was a great man. And so I developed a lifelong habit of maladaptive daydreaming to escape being smacked around, bounced off walls, hit. It was miserable. Not that my parents are bad people, God forbid. They did the best they could. And whatever, it was not happy. I have few happy memories with my parents, right? All of my happy memories from childhood are when I got to leave my parents and be as far away from them as possible. And then I'd start to be normal. And so one beautiful thing that my parents did for me is they allowed me to finish 8th grade with my class at Pacific Union College. And so my father had to go back to Washington, D.C., the center of the headquarters of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. He had to prepare a defense of his theological heresy before the Glacier View conference in August of 1980. But I was allowed to finish 8th grade with my friends. And so from December of 1979 until June of 1980, I got to be a normal kid. And these were such happy times. I just got to be normal, and I developed friendships with people that I'd gone to school with for 3 years, but as long as I was living with my parents, I didn't have the opportunity to be normal, and I was stopped being so warped by my home. I always felt my home was just so cold. So when I had the opportunity to stay with other people or spend time with other people, it was often other homes were just so warm and loving. And then I'd come home and it just felt so cold. And it wasn't just my dad's open window policy. So even in winter, he'd insist on keeping the windows open because fresh air is good for you. I overcompensate now. I keep it warmer and more airtight because my memory of my childhood was just so bitterly, painfully cold, going to bed hungry most nights for at least a portion of my childhood. And it was just so emotionally cold and dysfunctional. It was just cold, painful, cutting to your bones cold, literally, figuratively, emotionally, socially, culturally, psychologically, just so cold, where there was so much warmth and beauty outside my home, where I tried to spend as much time as possible. And then when I'd have to go home, I was just so cold and miserable, I'd spend as much time as possible in fantasy. And sometimes that took the form of pornographic fantasies. I started developing a pornography collection because when I check out pornography, at least I wasn't feeling cold anymore. So I can look back on my younger self and have contempt, but a more healthy 12-step attitude is to realize I was doing the best I could with the tools that I had available at that time, and pornography was a crutch, and spending hours a day in fantasy was a crutch that enabled me to get through painful, difficult times.
Orders in one fell swoop and started the administration anew, meaning he said they're all null and void, and then they would backfill and then reinstate the ones that he wanted. There would be hundreds that they wanted. But the idea was everything done before me that was done by executive order, meaning not by legislation, but with the force of law in the executive branch, is now null and void. I assume that the Trump administration will do that legally. It's kind of the easiest way to clear the decks. And then, as I say, go back and fill and just put them, re-sign them. Hogan, am I right about that?
Yeah. Not only are you right, these things have been written now and legally tested, pressure tested for the last several years. They're written, and there are anywhere, depending on which ones are actually completed, 100 to 500 of these things kind of floating around, many of which are already done. And there are multiple versions. So if they get enjoined in court, they can just drop another one. Okay, they're ready. That's number one. Number two, as far as people coming back to work, you'll remember Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy said this was one of the things they wanted to do to actually shrink government, was force people to come back to work and work from their offices. Because I mean, the real estate here in DC, I was talking to somebody about, he was buying a building, and he
So starting at age 8, I was able to escape misery and pain through a sexual obsession. So I would read these frank books about women's stuff that I'd find in my mother's bookshelf, and I just became absolutely obsessed with pornography and sex because it took the pain away. And another coping mechanism I developed about age 12 is that I'd run marathons. So I'd run 40 miles a week in training. I would try to run away from my misery. Another coping mechanism I developed was an obsession with sports, because the thrills and excitement and adrenaline rush that I got from following sports would take the pain away. And starting about age 8, another thing that I found took the pain away was obsessing about girls. And I think there was a day in 1978 where I first heard the Carpenters song, Sing a Song, Sing Out Loud, Sing Out Strong, and it made me so happy. And so by 1979, I found out about pop music, and it would make me happy and take the pain away. I'd listen to station KNBR out of San Francisco at night, and my favorite group was Air Supply, because I was lovesick. I was just so sick for the themes of love that air supply music would describe. And I love Barry Manilow songs. Right? I would love sick music, like Lost in Love. I realize the best part of life is the thinnest slice, and it don't count for much, but I'm not letting go. I believe there's still much to believe in. Like, I would cry myself to sleep listening to Air Supply songs and Barry Manilow songs and John Denver and the softer, gentler songs of Elton John. So lift your eyes if you feel you can. Reach for a star, and I'll show you a plan. I figured it out. What I needed was someone to show me. So the greatest thing that ever happened to me in my whole life, the biggest leap from misery to joy that I've ever experienced was early on in 6th grade, before people got to know me. I sometimes make a good first impression. The most beautiful girl in the class, Cindy, a tall brunette with long black hair that would go to her waist, and she would use this strawberry lip smacker that smelled so amazing. And she dropped a note on my desk saying, "Will you go with me? Meaning, will you be my boyfriend?" And I'd never had a girlfriend, and it was what I wanted more than anything, and I didn't know how to respond. Like, I didn't know what to do with opportunity for love and connection. So I taunted her, and I teased her, and I made her miserable, and I made her hate me because I didn't have anyone in my life who I could talk to. And that was a habit that's gone through my life, where I'd push away the people that I most wanted to connect with. And there's this song that by Duran Duran, might have only discovered it in the past 10 years. But this reflects what's going on inside of me. Ordinary world. Came in from a rainy Thursday on the avenue. Thought I heard you talking softly. I turned on the lights, the TV, and the radio. Still, I can't escape the ghost of you. What has happened to it all? Crazy, some say. Where is the life that I recognize? But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world somehow I have to find. Like, I still believe there's an ordinary world out there that somehow I have to find. And as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive. So throughout my life, I have past the normal stages of adult development, like way behind my peers. So often I'd be like intellectually and cognitively ahead of them, but socially, psychologically, I'd be way behind them. Passion or coincidence once prompted you to say, pride will tear us apart. Remember, one thing that would choke me up as a teenager was the idea that I might need this girl. Right? There was a girl who would make me feel whole. Right? This music would make me feel whole. Now pride's gone out the window, so I recognize I need her, I need you, I need love. Cross the rooftops, run away, left me in the vacuum of my heart. God, does that resonate? And I mean, this still rings so true for me. What is happening to me? Crazy, some say. Where is my friend when I need you most? But I won't cry for yesterday. So I was often moving in my childhood, so I'd start to develop a friendship, and then it'd get torn up because we'd move. And I'd cry myself to sleep. But I won't cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world somehow I have to find, and as I try to make my way to the ordinary world, I will learn to survive. Papers in the roadside tell of suffering and greed. Fear today, forgot tomorrow. Here, besides the news of holy war and holy need, ours is just a little sorrow talk. And then my other favorite song that tears me up inside is not an Air Supply hit, but it is by Air Supply. It's Chances. Because often on Saturday night, I'd hope that my best friend and his family, Wayne Cherry, would come pick me up. We didn't have a telephone when I was growing up in Australia. And then I would transmit this longing to the girls that I'd get obsessed with. There's a chance you will be there. I'd like to know the truth. I'll find it out somehow. The chances aren't too strong. A chance you will be there. Please be there alone. So I was obviously insecure, anxious, and highly prone to jealousy. Help me speak of love. Chances aren't enough. One's too good to miss. Chances aren't too strong, and chances all there is. So kind of got my first girlfriend that we didn't do more than French kiss in the summer of 1982, and we didn't French kiss until a year later. And that was calming. And I just write her these long, passionate letters. When I had to leave from spending the summer at Pacific Union College in the Napa Valley and go back to my cold parents' home in Auburn or Newcastle, California. There's a chance you'll be there, wondering what to do, how to play my role. I'll leave it up to you. If I disguise my smile, and so because I was so insecure, self-hating, self-loathing, right, I was not often terribly authentic. So if I disguise my smile, it gives too much away. I wasn't able to speak of the things most important to me. So what if we can't speak? What then shall I say? Don't you be too long. Something has gone wrong. The chances are all gone. The misery. The horror. The horror.
He said the building was like $93 million and it's on sale for like 30 because there's no one in it. There's no occupancy in any of these buildings. But anyway, Elon and Vivek said that's one of the things they want to do because what they thought would happen. And they're probably.
Okay, discussion about chat in the discussion about salt in the chat. When you have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, you have to have a regular intake of salt. So particularly if I've been sick or throwing up, eating something salty, something warming and comforting. Probably no food that makes me as happy as split pea soup, which invariably contains a great deal of salt and a great deal of protein. And so I've been taken to these fancy restaurants and I'll order split pea soup and my host will order the same thing. Then I'll get a second bowl and a third bowl and he'd say, you're a cheap date. I love me some split pea soup.
Probably right. Is a lot of people who are used to working at home are going to go, no, I'm good. I'm not going to do it anymore, right? So who knows what that does to real estate in DC or apartments, and you don't know, but that's absolutely something the administration is looking to do.
Okay, comment in the chat. Leave the past behind. What's done is done. Take the lessons and move on. Well, the past is not past, right? The past is still present. So I would say, as much as possible, develop a realistic and compassionate understanding of the past, compassion for yourself, compassion for other people, right? You can try to ignore the past, but the past is not past. The past is still very much with us. So I think it is better advice to come to an accurate and compassionate understanding of the past.
You know, Mark, I hadn't been in DC. I've been very, very little in DC in the last couple of years, for family reasons or whatever. And I just happened to be there last month and I was walking around downtown and I've never seen anything like it. Like downtown DC on a Thursday afternoon looks like DC looked when I lived there on a.
The Pet Shop Boys produce some of the most profound lyrics in pop music, and I like their song Living in the Past. I like a lot of their songs. I arrive in the city where they've unveiled a bust of my predecessor, still much discussed. We tried to forget him, his crimes were catalogued, but in the new circumstances, once again, he's a god. The past isn't even past. That's how long it lasts. I want them to fear me like everyone feared him, arrested and shot. But they still revered him. Like him, I'll win. I won't be eclipsed. I want men to die with my name on their lips. The past isn't even past. That's how long it lasts. I'm the living embodiment of a heart of stone, a human monument to testosterone. Though inside I'm dead, it's too late to lose. I'm all they'll ever talk about on that news cycle of abuse. I'm there on your borders, not going to quit to new world orders. I will never submit. Call me a warmonger and I'll give you a war. Say I'm a cheat and I'll still fake the score. There's no defeat that I'll answer for. The West is effete and they're begging for more. I'll get it all back, the old status quo. I remember how it was and I won't let it go. That's how long it lasts. The past isn't even past. So, smart, intelligent 2023 song by the Pet Shop Boys about the alt-right and the neo-reactionary movement.
Sunday morning at 8 a.m. And I'm talking about around Person Square, around Farragut Square, in the places where people work. It is bizarre and it's wrong. It doesn't feel right.
And it's the same in the private sector too. Edgar, I appreciate you saying that it's a privilege to be in the office, but it's a privilege to be able to work at home on Fridays. I'm so hardcore about this. 5 days a week in the office, full time.
Oh yeah.
It is not. It is.
And I'm just thinking that I'm sure there are people for whom it's best to. Well, it's possible there are people for whom just forget the past and move on is a good strategy. So I enjoy the commentary here, illustrate for life.
It is essential, not just for accountability and collegiality, but for order to a workplace. So I'm stunned at because I've seen the same thing John has in DC. It's shocking to me. It's shocking to me. Edgar, thank you. All right, I want to say
thank you guys so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Come back regularly, please. I want to say something about the platform because, as you know, I don't like to read the chat, but occasionally catches my eye. Breaks my heart that more Democrats aren't talking. Raise your.
Okay, I can't play your song because it's copyright and it's not going to work.
Sometimes I call on people I know Bruce is a Trump,
like standing astride the petty world like a colossus, as Cassius says in Julie.
So illustrate. I'll play the song when I finish the show. So for the past few months, I'm usually absolutely exhausted when I finish live streaming, and it's hard for me to interact with people because I'm so spent. And how I begin to recharge is that I listen to Anastasia sing chants. So what's that song? Take this chance. I'm not afraid to let go of what I have become, and everything that I knew before is setting with the sun. And no, it's not that hard to say goodbye, and now I know that it's okay to cry. You're my melody. I'll harmonize the songs we've never sung. I never thought in a million years that I could watch while I disappear. All of a sudden, I see it clear what to do. I'm going to take this chance and do something I never tried. I'm going to make this moment matter till the end of time. And I made mistakes through all my life and on the same place every time. I'm going to take this chance and do something I never tried. Now it's time to face the unknown. My arms are open wide. Took a lot of hard rain to grow this kind of strength inside, to open up a cage and set me free. I'm becoming who I'm meant to be, taller than the tallest of all the trees. I'm going to be all right. And another song I love is The Rose, the Bette Midler version. And I love many of Kelly Clarkson's hits. Love me some Kelly Clarkson.
Julius Caesar, it has this debilitating effect on his opposition. That was not true in late 2016 or 2017 when people were getting ready to go do the Women's March.
Yes.
And
although the ratings went down on MSNBC and CNN for a bit, but then they came back very robustly.
Right, but it seems to me that one of the ways of getting back in the game, if you are somebody who is disheartened by Trump, is to get your arguments together and to actually
get him out there,
get in the arena, because he will run circles around. He and people like us might run circles around you, but we might not. Also, you know,
I got a long email on one of the topics we covered about from a journalist, a pretty prominent journalist who is watching, and I urged him to come on and he had a 10-paragraph critique of what we said about the media and Trump, who disagreed with us, particularly you, John, vociferously. And I urged him to come on. I haven't heard back from him. But, you know, if you disagree and you're watching, come on. Now, if you're on YouTube, you got to be smart enough to figure out how to come on the platform.
That what was interesting to her is that Giorgia Meloni became prime minister of Italy, and everybody that she knew and everybody that was friends with her and all that, they all thought that Giorgia Meloni was a fascist. And then October 7th happened, and for somebody like her, a Jew among 35,000 Jews in the city, or in the country, very tiny population, how the government relates to Israel is an extraordinarily pressing issue, particularly given the rise in anti-Semitism, Muslim immigration into Italy, and all of that, and that they were startled to discover that she was a friend of Israel, that the official narrative about her being a fascist was not one, once she got to know Meloni's politics on a day-to-day basis, did not represent what she thought fascism was. And we get this now all over Europe, right? There's this fight going on over the populist right-wing party in Germany, which we are simply told is a neo-fascist party. I'm not literate enough in the in the interstices of German politics to understand how it fits in with Germany's own complicated political relationships. but I think, as to Abe's point, I have no confidence anymore that the people that I would listen to who would say, "Oh my God, this party is terrible and it's so dangerous and they hate minorities and they're going to be anti-Semitic and it's really," I have no confidence that that line is true. Just like I think people who may be confused or concerned about Viktor Orban's leadership in Hungary have been sold a bill of goods about how he is an authoritarian neo-fascist. There are many issues you could disagree with Viktor Orban on and how he handles things.
Okay, I don't have many favorite Christian hymns, but one of them is Jerusalem, based on a poem by William Blake. Let's see how we go here. This doesn't seem to be copyrighted. Come on, stop singing.
Jerusalem.
No, that's not the Jerusalem that I want. Bloody hell. It's hard to find a nice version of Jerusalem that's not copyright. I want to go off in a beautiful way. All right, I want to conclude in an inspiring, uplifting, non-copyrighted version of bloody Jerusalem. Right? Give me something that'll make me feel good, guys. What the hell?
But that simply was a kind of pulled off the shelf line about a ideologically conservative, non-globalistic leader that everyone just said, okay, great. Okay, well, he's a fascist. The Germans are fascists. Maloney's a fascist.
Well, especially because they told us that they were all the same, right? So it was like Viktor Orban and Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu and Boris Johnson. We were told are all part of the same trend.
Yeah, and they all work for Putin. I mean, there's a kind of off-the-shelf quality to these objections, and as Abe says, I think even for people like us who are not inclined, I think, toward paranoia about official lines and things like that, I think we've just learned that we better keep our powder dry and learn more about these people and pay more attention if you really want to pay attention to the issue. Just you can't accept the conventional wisdom about anybody.
I think we live in a different world in a lot of ways. I think October 7th is a contributing factor, and so too is the explosion of the modern American liberal project this year in the U.S. It's hard for me not to be very U.S. centric about this, but something's been punctured, and it's this effort to render anyone that's anywhere to the right of you as beyond the pale. That was such a concerted effort. It was so total. It was so international. And then it sort of disintegrated all at once. And we'll see what the next iteration is.
Well, Christine, I also think that with John, with what you're talking about, there's two things also that come to mind in your observation about Rome. One is that the last time I was there, I believe that they still referred to the historic Jewish part of Rome as the ghetto. They still called it the Jewish ghetto today. Same thing, the journey from left to right. Why? Because when you're steeped in this stuff, you know the difference. Right. And we used to call this in my house. We used to call this the economist effect, where when you actually know about something, you see BS like really easily, no matter whether it's said with the voice of God or not.
Yeah.
And then you realize, well, that whole special section on Djibouti or whatever later in Economist magazine, maybe that's also not true.
Right. Well, we should explain that the Economist was uniquely and because it was considered a sort of conservative publication. The Economist was unbelievably and unimaginably anti-Israel in the 80s and 90s. So he said they were going to do glasses instead of, they were going to basically be a VR company and an AI company instead of a place where you showed people the pictures of your high school reunion. And now, in the last 10 days, he has fired Nick Clegg. He has hired Joel Kaplan, former deputy chief of staff, who worked at Facebook anyway, but has brought him in to be to replace Nick Clegg. He was the George W. Bush's deputy chief of staff. He has asked Dana White, the head of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, who introduced Trump at various things, was there on election night at Mar-a-Lago and spoke, to join the board of Meta. And he announced this morning that they were ending all moderation at Facebook, and that they were going to follow the X policy of community notes on things that were controversial or questionable, allowing people in the Facebook community to establish what their disagreements with posts that seem to be problematic. That's an amazing. It's basically like, well, this is the election. There's a new sheriff, or the sheriff is back. I screwed up. I screwed up when he was sheriff in the first place, and I'm not going to make that mistake now. I have too many I don't know, who knows what he thinks. I have too many regulatory issues. I don't want to get in trouble with him. Or they sold me a bill of goods. I got sold a bill of goods by these people about how I needed to do this in order to preserve the integrity of Facebook. And in fact, they did the opposite. They made Facebook seem less interested, whatever. What's your take?
Well, I think the first thing to understand about Mark Zuckerberg is that he will forever and always see politics as an obstacle to the power he wants to amass. So he doesn't actually care who's in charge. He just sees it's a constant speed bump on his road to a much broader and vaster sense of what he wants to do, which is to function as a mini nation state. So he's not just dealing with politics here; he's dealing with it all across the world, because Facebook is this. It has more users.
Okay, I just don't want the aggro of risking a copyright strike. I really wanted to